Stop for a moment, my child. Whatever your hands are holding, let it rest. Because what I am about to tell you will change the way you see everything you have walked through. While I was preparing this word for you, I paused over your life. Something I saw in you made all of heaven grow quiet. Not something you planned. Not something you did to be admired. Something that rose out of you so naturally that you never guessed the weight it carried in the unseen world. I want you to hear this in stillness, because it will not settle into a hurried heart. This is not a word for a crowd. It is for you alone, the one whose heart is beating a little faster right now without knowing why. Your spirit recognizes my voice even while your mind is still deciding whether to believe. That quiet stirring you feel is not these words placing something new inside you. It is my spirit confirming what you have sensed for days. Let me tell you what I saw. Not long ago, you passed through one of the hardest stretches of your road. Something came against you that seemed designed to break you. The wrong done to you was real. It was not imagined, and it was not small. The person who hurt you gave you every reason to answer in kind. Anyone who knew the whole story would have understood if you had turned cold or cruel, or simply walked away. In that moment, your own nature was shouting at you. It told you to repay what you had received. It told you to defend yourself, to expose them, to let the fire in your chest have its way. Every reasonable voice inside you argued for anger, and anger would have been easy to excuse. But something deeper in you chose another road. You held your tongue when a single sentence could have wounded them. You covered them when you could have laid their failure bare before others. You stayed and tried again when leaving would have cost you nothing in the eyes of anyone. You answered a real injury with a real mercy. And heaven does not pass over a thing like that. Hear me carefully, because I want you to understand why this mattered so much. Hearts tend to move in patterns, and those patterns have not changed since the beginning. Wound a person, and they grow hard. Betray them, and they reach for revenge. Treat them unjustly, and bitterness takes the empty chair at their table. This is the ordinary way of flesh, and I am not surprised by it. I have seen it in every generation. But once in a great while, a soul does something that breaks the pattern. A soul answers darkness with light, not because a crowd is looking on, but because of what lives in them. When that happens, it is not a small event in my sight. It moves me. And you, my child, made one of those moments happen. Understand, this is not about survival. Many people endure hardship through stubbornness or because they have no other choice, and I am gentle with them too. But what you did was different. You were struck and you blessed. You were wronged and you refused to become wrong yourself. You proved that what surrounds you does not get to decide what comes out of you. That is rare. Most souls can be read like the weather. Be kind to them and they warm. Be harsh with them and they turn to frost. Their insides rise and fall with whatever the day brings them. But you showed that nothing done to you has the power to turn you into someone you were never meant to be. Your character held from the inside, in the dark, under pressure, with no reward in sight. And here is what you could not have known. No audience stood near you in that moment. You were not performing for anyone, on earth or above it. You were simply being who you are when no one is looking. That is exactly why it carried such weight. A kindness rehearsed for onlookers is a shallow stream. A kindness that flows when the heart believes itself unseen comes from the deep places. And the deep places are where I look first. I searched your recent days the way a father reads a letter from a child he loves, slowly, missing nothing. I saw the battles inside you that no other living soul knows about. I saw the words you swallowed. I saw the nights you talked yourself out of bitterness one more time. I saw the mornings you rose and chose gentleness again with no evidence that it was working. Each of those choices was recorded. Not one of them fell to the ground. And I will tell you what I said over you in that hour, so you can carry it for the rest of your days. I said, this one reminds me why I made the human heart. Think slowly about that. The one who spoke light into being, who set the stars in their courses and measured the waters in the hollow of his hand, looked at your hidden choices and was moved. Even my messengers, the mighty ones who stand in my presence and carry out my commands, cannot do what you did. They serve me while beholding my glory. Obedience costs them little, for they live in the full light of what is true. But you serve me from behind a veil. You cannot see my face. You chose mercy without proof that mercy would win. You kept faith in the dark, where faith actually costs something. That is a glory the angels themselves stop to consider. So before I say anything more, I want you to receive this one truth and let it stand. You did not find this word by accident. I arranged this hour. I guarded it so that nothing would pull you away, because what I still have to say to you carries both a promise and a hard word, and you will need to hear them together. If you know somewhere beneath all your doubts that this word has found the right heart, then speak your amen to me now softly, as a child answers a father in the dark. Now let me show you something you have never been able to see. The part of your story that unfolded beyond your sight. Because when you chose kindness over righteous anger, you did not simply do a good deed. You struck a blow in a battle you did not even know you were fighting. There is a reason darkness presses so hard against a soul like yours. Its aim has never been merely to hurt you. Its aim is to change you. Every attack you have endured carried the same hidden purpose: to pull you down into bitterness, to teach your heart to hate, to make you answer poison with poison. For when a soul returns evil for evil, it steps out from under my covering and begins to move by the very power that seeks its ruin. That has been the strategy against you from the first day. But when you answered the attack with blessing, you overturned the whole scheme. Malice was sent toward you, and it found nothing in you to grip. Where love stands its ground, ill will cannot take root. It returns to the one who sent it. What was meant to wound you circled back upon its source, and you never lifted a hand. You disarmed your enemies with the one weapon they have no answer for. And here is what moved me even more deeply. This was not a trick you learned or a discipline you rehearsed. It rose from your nature. You are, at the root of you, merciful. Under pressure that would have soured most hearts, with almost no one standing beside you, mercy is simply what came out. When you were crushed, what spilled from you was not venom. That told me everything about what has been growing in you through all these hidden years. Then I looked further back across your road, and I found something that pleased me more than any single act could. A pattern. Your kindness in that hard moment was not a lonely island. Again and again, across seasons no one celebrated, you have chosen the harder right over the easier wrong. You told the truth when a lie would have been safe and unseen. You kept your word when keeping it cost you. You showed patience to people who never understood what it cost you, and may never thank you. You have been living like one of my chosen ones without knowing you were doing it. No applause, no certainty that any of it mattered. No sign in the sky telling you to continue. You did what was right for no other reason than that it was right, in small matters and in costly ones, when anyone would have excused you for less. That kind of steadiness, held over years and in secret, is the mark I searched the whole earth to find. It is what separates a soul I can bless from a soul I can trust. So let me now open your eyes to what has already begun shifting around you, because heaven's regard is never idle. My favor moves. It leaves evidence. And when you learn to recognize the evidence, you will stop calling it coincidence. Consider first what has been happening to the schemes against you. Think back over these recent weeks. There were those who spoke against you, who worked quietly to see you fall, who sent ill will toward your life like arrows loosed at night. Now consider what has become of their plans. Efforts that should have succeeded came apart for no reason anyone can name. Matters they believed were firmly in hand slipped through their fingers. Doors they meant to shut against you would not stay shut. That is not luck, and it is not chance. When I am moved by a soul, my protection around that soul thickens like a wall. Arrows do not merely fall short of it, they turn. The trouble your enemies intended for you has been arriving at their own gates, and they cannot understand why. You may have noticed it already and wondered at it quietly. Now you know what you were seeing. Consider also the peace that has been finding you in the middle of the storm. By every reasonable measure, the weight you have carried lately should have flattened you. There were days when the ground shook under everything you had built, when anyone else would have been swallowed by dread. And yet, in the very center of it, a strange calm kept visiting you. Not because your problems dissolved. They did not. The calm came anyway, out of all proportion to your circumstances. That peace has no earthly explanation, and you know it. You have felt it and asked yourself where it could be coming from. It comes from me. It is the quiet that settles on a life when heaven is leaning close. I set it upon you like a hand on the shoulder of a soldier, so that you would know before any other proof arrived that you are not walking through this season alone. And there is more evidence still, which I will show you in a moment. Signs already present in your days that you have not yet read rightly. Your eyes are being opened in this very hour. But before I go on, I want something to be settled between us, plainly and without hurry. Everything I am telling you asks for one response. Not excitement, not curiosity, but trust. The kind of trust that keeps listening when the word turns hard, and keeps standing when the promise seems slow. I am not asking you to feel something. Feelings rise and fall like tides. I am asking you to set your heart, the way a builder sets a stone, and let it remain where you set it. For I have not come today only to comfort you. Comfort alone would leave you exactly where you stand, and I love you too much for that. I have come to lift you, to correct you, to prepare you, and to place something in your hands that you have stopped expecting. All of it is real, and all of it is nearer than you think. If your heart is open and you are willing to hear every word I have for you today, the gentle and the firm alike, then answer me now and say, I am listening, Father. Then hear the rest of the evidence, because your life is already speaking, and I want you to understand its language. Notice how your seeing has sharpened. Decisions that once left you tangled for days have begun to resolve themselves quickly. Questions that sat in fog are standing now in morning light. You have found yourself simply knowing things, not through any voice from the clouds, but through quiet impressions, sudden understanding, a sureness in your chest that keeps proving right. That is not your imagination improving. That is my counsel reaching you along a channel that has been swept clear. I am guiding you more closely than before, and this is only the beginning of it. Notice, too, who has been leaving. Certain people have drifted out of your days, and certain doors have closed with a finality that startled you. Companions who drained you are gone. Arrangements that quietly held you back have dissolved. At the time, some of those departures stung like loss. But look again with the eyes I am giving you. I have been clearing the ground. A new season requires a cleared field, and I have been removing one by one whatever could not travel where you are going. Do not chase what I am carrying away from you. My hand is in the removal as surely as it will be in the arrival. And notice the sense that has been growing in you that something is near. You have felt an expectancy you cannot name, a leaning forward in your spirit, the way the air changes before rain. You have tried to dismiss it as wishful thinking, but it will not be dismissed. It returns at quiet moments and stands beside you. Trust it. Your spirit is sensing what your mind has not yet been told. Something is indeed approaching your life, and it is connected to everything I have been telling you in this hour. Now, before I open the next door of this word, I must speak to you about trust, because trust is the hinge on which everything ahead will turn. And trust, my child, is not proven by feelings. It is proven by the open hand. Long ago, I sat across from the treasury of my house and observed the people bringing their offerings. The wealthy came in their fine robes and gave from their overflow, and it cost them nothing, and it moved me not at all. Then came a widow with 2 small coins, all she had in the world, and she laid them down and walked away without ceremony. Heaven still tells her story. It was never the amount that stirred me. It was the open hand. An open hand is the sign of a heart that has stopped guarding itself against its own father. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Understand what is really happening when a hand opens. It is not a transaction, and I am no merchant. It is a posture of the soul. The clenched hand says, "My security lies in what I can hold." The open hand says, "My security lies in the one who holds me." Between those two postures runs the whole difference between a life of quiet fear and a life of quiet power. I am forming the open hand in you, not only toward provision, but in every room of your life, because a hand that has learned to release is the only kind of hand that can fully receive. Abraham stood on a mountain with everything he loved bound upon the stones, and he did not withhold. And when I saw that his heart kept nothing back from me, I swore to him a blessing that is still unfolding upon the earth to this day. The measure of his trust became the measure of his inheritance. It has always worked this way in my kingdom, not because I need anything from your hand, for the cattle on 1,000 hills are mine, but because your release makes room. What you cling to stays the size of your grip. What you entrust to me enters my economy, where seed becomes harvest and 2 coins outweigh a treasury. So let this settle in you gently. I am not asking you for proof of your love. Your love is already known to me. I am inviting you into freedom, the freedom of a soul that has stopped negotiating with fear. Fear whispers that there will not be enough, that tomorrow must be hoarded against, that safety lives in the storehouse. But you have seen by now where fear leads. It leads to shrinking, and you were not made to shrink. Now, having spoken of trust, I must go further in, because this hour holds more than affirmation. I told you at the beginning that I carry 2 words for you today. The first you have been hearing. Heaven has been moved by you. Favor is gathering around you, and evidence of it already marks your days. That word is true, and nothing I say next will take 1 grain of it away. But there is a second word, and it is a firm one. I will not soften it, because you need it whole. A father who stays pleasant while his child drifts toward a cliff does not love that child. My firmness is my love wearing its working clothes. Something has happened in your life that must be set right, and I intend to set it right today, in this hour, before the blessing I have described comes into full view. Do not be afraid of what comes next. Correction from me never arrives to crush. It arrives to rescue. Stay with me now, exactly as you have stayed this far, and let me say the hard thing and the beautiful thing in the same breath, for they belong together, and both of them carry your name. Hear now the hard word. There was a moment not long past when you made a choice your own heart warned you against. You knew the line was there. You felt my hand pressing gently against your will in that moment, a resistance you could not explain, and you moved forward anyway. I was not absent when it happened, and I was not silent. Heaven saw it, and heaven does not pretend. Do not rush to defend yourself. Do not reach for the explanations you have been quietly rehearsing. I have heard every one of them already, and I know the truth that lies beneath them. This hour is not for argument. It is for honesty, and honesty is the only thing I require of you right now. Understand how it truly happened, because it did not begin where you think it began. It did not begin with your hands. It began with a thought. A thought arrived at the door of your mind, and it did not carry my peace, and you knew it did not. But instead of turning it away, you gave it a room to live in. You returned to it. You let it stay past the hour when you knew it should go. And the thought became a leaning, and the leaning became a decision, and the decision became an act. By small degrees, the way it always happens. No one falls all at once. They drift, one quiet warning at a time, each one a little easier to ignore than the last. And when it was done, you felt the change at once, though you told no one. The peace inside you turned unsettled. Your prayers grew heavier in your mouth. A low restlessness followed you from morning into night, and you called it stress, and you called it weariness. But your spirit knew its true name. That churning was your own heart telling the truth while your lips stayed silent. Now hear what my firmness is aimed at, and hear it clearly. It is not aimed at you. It is aimed at the road you had stepped onto, and at the slow ruin I could see waiting further along it. A shepherd who sees a wolf circling his flock does not whisper. He shouts. The sharpness in my voice today is a shepherd's shout, and every edge of it is protection. And mark this as well. I do not correct what means nothing to me. The field a farmer has given up on is the field he leaves alone. The one he walks, clears, and prunes is the one he expects a harvest from. You are being corrected because you are valued. This firm word is itself the proof that I have never let you go. Let me also tell you what your stumble did not do. It did not cancel your calling. It did not lower your worth by a single measure. It did not make me love you less, and it did not make me turn my face away. What it changed was your direction, and direction is what I have come to set right. A traveler on a wrong road is not worthless. He is simply headed somewhere he must not go, and I refuse to let you go there. The greatest danger before you now is not the stumble itself. It is pride. Pride will tell you this word belongs to someone else. Pride will murmur that it was not so serious, that everyone does it, that you can quietly manage it alone. Pride has walked stronger souls than you into places from which they never returned. Do not let it speak for you today. There is a weight resting on you as you hear this. I know you feel it. It is not condemnation. Condemnation crushes a soul into the dirt and leaves it there. What you feel is conviction, and conviction is a mercy. Confusion wanders in circles for years, but conviction points to one thing and says, "Here, this is the matter, deal with this." I have made it that clear because I refuse to let you miss it. Remember the shepherd king. He fell far harder than you have. He took what was not his and he covered it, and for a season he called the covering peace. But when my word finally cornered him, he did not argue. He spoke 4 plain words. "I have sinned against you," and that broken honesty opened a door to mercy that his crown could never have purchased. I am listening for those 4 words from you. Not a performance of sorrow, not endless self-punishment. Just the plain truth from a plain heart, with nothing hidden behind your back. So here is the way home, and I ask you to walk it without skipping a single step, for the road back is shorter than you fear. But it must be walked honestly, or it is not walked at all. The first step is honesty with yourself. Name what happened fully, with no excuse stitched to it. Do not dress it up, and do not shrink it down. What is brought into the light loses its power to hide, and what stays hidden keeps its grip. Bring it out into the open before me, all of it, and you will feel its hold begin to loosen the very moment you do. As long as you defend the thing, you remain tied to the thing. You do not need to win an argument with me. You need only tell me the truth, and the truth is something I have already made a way through. The second step is to turn back to me deliberately, not casually. Do not think of me in passing, the way you think of the weather. Come to me on purpose. Speak to me plainly, in your own words, as a child speaks to a father he trusts. Then be still, and let the stillness do its slow, deep work. In that stillness, something will shift. The cold draft from that open door will fade. The churning will grow quiet. That is the sound of a door closing. My hand on the latch and your heart in agreement. What was opened in a careless moment is shut in a deliberate one. And there is a third step, the one most souls refuse, and I will not let you refuse it. You must forgive yourself, not excuse yourself. Forgive yourself. There is a difference, and your freedom depends on knowing it. Guilt that lingers after true repentance is not devotion. It is a weight I never asked you to carry, and it chains you to a moment I have already dealt with. If I have released you, who are you to keep yourself imprisoned? Lift your head. The account is settled, not by your suffering, but by my mercy. Your sorrow had its hour and did its honest work, and now its hour is over. From this day forward, dragging that failure behind you is not humility. It is unbelief, and I am asking you to lay it down. Understand also the difference between a mistake and a pattern, because everything ahead depends on it. A mistake is a single stumble on the road. A pattern is a road of its own, walked so many times that the feet no longer ask where they are going. What happened to you was a stumble. But underneath it, I saw a pattern beginning to form, and that is the deeper thing I am healing today. This was not the first time you felt that inner hesitation and stepped past it. You remember the other moments, even now. Each seemed small, but small compromises are seeds, and they grow in the dark as faithfully as good seed grows in a field. I am pulling this one up while the root is still shallow. That is not harshness. That is a gardener who knows what the full-grown plant becomes. Now the correction has done its work, and my voice changes its labor. I begin to rebuild, and I will start with the one skill that would have spared you all of this, knowing my voice among all the others. Listen carefully. For what I teach you now will guard you for the rest of your days. My voice is not hard to find. It is only easy to drown. I speak in the quiet nudge before a decision. I speak in the sudden caution that has no visible reason. I speak in the thought that arrives carrying calm instead of pressure. You have heard me far more often than you realize. The work now is to know that voice so well that no counterfeit can imitate it, the way a shepherd's own flock will not follow a stranger. Here is the first mark of my voice, and I want you to hold it for the rest of your life. My guidance carries peace, not always comfort and not always ease, for I sometimes ask hard things. But even my hard words arrive on steady ground. When peace is present, you may move. When peace lifts, stop where you stand. Peace is not merely a feeling I give you. It is a signal I speak through. You felt that signal leave you in the very moment we have been speaking of. One breath there was stillness, and then there was churning, and you moved anyway. Never again treat that churning as a mood to push through. It is a sentry on your wall, and when the sentry calls out, the gates are to be shut, not argued with. Here is the second mark. My voice leads. It does not shove. The pressure that says now, quickly, before you think, before you pray, that urgency is almost never mine. I created time, and I am never late within it. When something is truly from me, it survives a pause. What cannot survive a pause was counting on your haste, and whatever counts on your haste fears your clarity. So build the pause into your life. Before the decision, before the answer, before the step, be still for one moment and ask me. Sometimes a single, honest breath is enough for the fog to lift. The stumble we have dealt with today happened in the space where that pause should have been. Guard that space from now on as you would guard a treasure, because that is what it is. Now hear me about your attention, for your attention is the gate of your whole life. Whatever you behold, you are slowly shaped by. Whatever you nourish grows, and whatever you starve weakens. There are voices and influences near you that seem harmless on the surface, yet each one leaves a residue, and residue builds. Some of what you have allowed close to you lately has been pulling you off course by slow degrees. I am not asking you to fear the world. I am asking you to keep the gate. Ask of everything that wants your attention one simple question. Does this leave me nearer to my Father or further away? The answer will come quicker than you expect. What you have lacked was never discernment. It was decision. Some things will need to be stepped away from, and I will show you which ones. Do not mourn them. This is not loss. It is pruning, and pruning is done only to branches meant to bear more fruit, never to branches that are finished. When the vine dresser cuts, the vine does not shrink. It readies. Guard also the words you speak inside yourself when no one is listening. That inner voice has been harsher to you than any enemy, harsher than I have ever been. It calls you a failure where I call you my child. It rehearses your worst day on an endless loop, while I have already thrown that record away. From today, when that voice speaks, answer it with what I say. Let your mind be renewed until your thoughts tell the truth, for that is what transformation actually is. Not effort piled upon effort, but a mind slowly retrained to agree with heaven. When your thoughts align with my truth, your choices follow without strain, the way a wheel follows the road. Fix the spring and the stream runs clean. And one word about discipline, because that word has been soured for you, and I want to restore its taste. Discipline is not restriction. Discipline is consistency, nothing more. It is choosing the same right thing on the gray, ordinary days that you chose on the shining ones. No one drifts into steadiness. It is built, one kept moment at a time, and I am building it in you now. You will not feel strong at first, and that is not failure. Strength of this kind grows as an oak grows, without noise, without a single dramatic day, yet immovable once the years have done their work. If you receive this correction with an open heart, and you are willing to be trained by it, whisper to me now, Father, teach me, I am yours. Now I must speak of the years, because the years have been a quiet wound between us. You have questions you stopped asking out loud. You buried them under politeness in your prayers, but I heard them anyway. Why has it taken so long? Why them and not me? Why do the ones who never sought you seem to run ahead while I stand still? You have stood at celebrations for people who began long after you and arrived long before you. You clapped for them with an ache behind your smile. You spoke blessing over them with a voice that did not shake. And then you went home and sat in the quiet and wondered what was wrong with you. I was present for every one of those evenings. Not one of them escaped me. And there were harder nights still. Nights you wondered whether you had misheard me all those years ago. Nights you turned the old promise over in your hands like a coin you could no longer spend. You never said it in those words. You did not have to. So let me answer the buried questions now plainly, as a father answers a grown child. The delay was never absence. There was not one day of those years when I was elsewhere. And the delay was never rejection. You measured my silence as distance, but it was nearer to the silence of a craftsman bent over his work, too intent to speak. Think of a field lying fallow through a long winter. To every passing eye, it is doing nothing. In truth, it is doing some of the most important work of its life. The ground rests and mends. What was spent is restored. And when sowing finally comes, that quiet field outbears every acre that was never given its season of stillness. Your hidden years were not empty years. They were fallow years, and the difference between those two words is as wide as a harvest. Think also of how a great house is built. For months, there is nothing to admire. The work goes downward before it ever goes upward, deep cuts into unseen ground, stones set below where any guest will ever look. A passerby sees a hole and calls it failure. The builder sees a foundation and calls it wisdom. The higher the walls are meant to rise, the longer the unseen work must take. Measure your years of obscurity by that rule and read them again. And those doors that closed against you, the ones you knocked on until your hands ached, you grieved them as losses, and some you have grieved for years. But I stood on the other side of those doors, and I saw what waited behind them. Had certain ones opened, you would have entered seasons that would have cost you far more than the delay ever did. I did not fail to open them. I refused to. There is a love inside a refusal that can only be seen from further down the road. As for the ones who ran past you, release them. Their road is not your road, and their harvest is not your harvest. The vine does not envy the wheat for being gathered first. Each is brought in at its own appointed time, and the later gathering is not the lesser one. Often it is the opposite. What ripens longest keeps longest. Let that settle your heart about every name that has ever made it ache. Here is what those years actually built, since you could not read the ledger. They built a compassion in you that ease could never have produced. You notice the overlooked now, because you know that seat. They built an endurance that does not snap at the first contrary wind. They taught you to keep trusting me with empty hands, a lesson the early blessed rarely learn. These are not consolation prizes. These are the exact tools of the assignment ahead of you. And one more thing the long road proved, and I want you to hear it named. You stayed. Bent, questioning, tired, sometimes barely, but you stayed. Do you know how rare that is? Many have walked away from me over lighter disappointments than yours. You carried yours into my presence again and again, and kept speaking to me from underneath it. Heaven does not overlook a faithfulness like that. It is written where nothing is ever lost. And now I tell you what this whole day has been leading toward. The fallow season is closing, not winding down slowly over years. Closing. The field has rested long enough. The foundation is cured and will bear the weight it was dug for. What I set in motion before you ever knew to ask for it is arriving at its appointed hour, and no hand in heaven or on earth can hold it back now. This is why the correction could not wait. This is why I interrupted your day, and why my voice has carried such fire. A man may drift in the middle of a long, flat road and lose little. He must not drift at the bend. You are at the bend, my child. Everything I have taught you in this hour, the honesty, the pause, the guarded gait, the steady discipline, all of it was fitted for what stands just ahead of you. I know the years have taught your heart to flinch at hope. I know you have braced yourself before, only to stand down again. So I'm not asking you to summon a feeling. I'm asking for something smaller and far greater. Take my word against the evidence of the years, on the strength of my voice alone, the way a sailor trusts the star he cannot touch. Then hear what is coming, because I do not send my children toward a horizon without telling them what to look for. The blessing I have prepared arrives in 3 streams, and when they reach you, you will recognize my hand and not call it luck. The first stream is sudden favor. Doors will begin opening that you never knocked on. A conversation that seems ordinary will turn, in a single sentence, into the connection your path required. People who never noticed you will find you resting on their minds and not know why. But you will know why. I go ahead of my children. I speak their names in rooms they have not yet entered. What years of striving could not force open, one appointed moment will. When it happens, do not stand doubting at the threshold. Recognize it, thank me, and walk through. The second stream is restoration, and it runs deeper than you expect. Things that were taken from you are coming back, and they do not return as they left. They return increased, the way seed returns as harvest. The seasons the devourer consumed I am repaying. Even dreams you buried will stir. There is a vision you once carried that circumstances put into the ground years ago. You mourned it and moved on. But in my hands, buried things have a way of becoming planted things. It is rising again, and it rises in a wiser form, fitted to who you have become. Yet understand the boundary of this promise. I restore what I ordain, not everything you have lost. What was removed from your life as a protection will stay gone. The third stream will surprise you most, because you have lived without it so long you have forgotten its taste. Deep peace, the tight band across your chest that you now call normal. The knot beneath your ribs that never fully unwinds. The thoughts that circle your bed at night like birds that will not land. I say to all of it, this is not your inheritance. A morning will come when you wake and the dread that usually greets you simply is not there. And the accusing voice that has trailed you for years, telling you that you are too late, too flawed, too far behind, its time is up. It will be crowded out by a truer voice saying what I have always said over you. You are mine, you are called, and no one is behind who walks in step with me. And mark my word about timing, I will not have you waiting vaguely. Look for the first evidence before this present season turns. Not the whole harvest at once, but the first fruit, the early sign, the unmistakable touch of my hand telling you the weather of your life has changed. When you see it, remember this hour, and remember that I named it before it came. When the streams begin to flow, remember what wells are for. This blessing is not sent so you can build a higher wall around a fuller house. It is sent to pass through you. There are people near you still deep in their own long winter, the ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer, whose names you have laid before me more often than your own. Your task is not to be their savior. It is to be their signpost, a living answer standing where they can see it. Some words are preached. The best ones are lived. The measure you use for others becomes the measure used for you, pressed down, shaken together, running over. One caution, and receive it as tenderly as I speak it. When favor comes quickly, the old pattern will whisper that you no longer need the pause, the stillness, the daily returning to me. Full hands drift more easily than empty ones. Keep the same nearness in harvest that you learned in famine. For the goal was never the streams. The goal was always the fountain. If ever you must choose between what fills your hands and what fills your soul, choose me, and you will find you have lost nothing worth keeping. And here is the final truth, the ground beneath every word of this day. You are chosen, not vaguely favored, not one face lost in a crowd. Chosen deliberately, by name, for work that fits no other life but yours. Being chosen is not a decoration. It is an assignment. Consider whom I have chosen before. A stammering fugitive to stand before a king, a shepherd boy overlooked in his own father's house, a fisherman whose courage failed him in a courtyard. I have never chosen the polished. I choose the willing, and I do the polishing myself, often through the very corrections they feared would disqualify them. That is what today was. The fire in my voice was not the fire of rejection. It was the fire a refiner keeps close to the silver he intends to use. The tests will come. I have never lied to you. The old thought will knock again wearing new clothes. When those days arrive, do what you have learned. Stop. Breathe. Turn your heart toward me and wait for the steadiness. If peace holds, walk on. If peace lifts, stand still, though the whole world calls you foolish for standing. And if you stumble, do not vanish from me for weeks, as you once did. Come at once, come mid-fall if you can, for the door between us is never locked from my side. So rise now, my precious child. Lift your head, square your shoulders, and step back into your life as one who has been sent, not merely dismissed. I am before you to lead, behind you to guard, and within you to make you able. Not one day of what is coming will you walk alone. I have spoken, and my word does not return to me empty. If you are ready to rise and walk with me into everything I have prepared for you, declare your amen now, and let it stand as your answer.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My beloved, I am here with you. I want to speak with you right now because what has been waiting for you is no longer waiting in silence. You were chosen to hear something rare tonight. Keep this close, for it is taking place at this very moment. The answer you have carried in quiet hope has reached the edge of your life, and it needs your attention, your openness, and your willingness to receive it. Do not turn away from this hour. Stay with my voice, because these words are meant for you. Not later, not someday, now. I have been calling you for a long time. Tonight you are ready to listen, so I will speak plainly. You are not hearing this by accident. If you feel even a small pull to remain, it is because something important is about to reach you. I am acting now because things are already in motion. If you stay with me, you will see what many have waited for and never recognized. I know how this finds you. You have been carrying more than anyone around you understands. You have kept your household steady, watched over the ones you love, held your worries behind a calm face, and asked me in the dark whether anything was ever going to change. I heard every one of those quiet questions. Not one of them was lost on the way to me. This night is my reply. Listen well, because a change is starting inside you before it shows on the outside. What I am making is taking shape even where you cannot see it. I am arranging things you could never manage on your own, so that you will know it was my hand and not your striving. Slow down now. Be still with me. When you are still, my presence settles your thoughts and quiets your worries. I know your doubts too. I know how you hesitate when something good draws near, as if it must be meant for someone else. That hesitation was learned through long disappointment, and I do not scold you for it. But I am asking you to lay it down tonight. What is coming needs you open, not braced for another letdown. Many hear a call like this and feel something stir, yet they step away, telling themselves they can return to it later. Do not make that mistake, my child. Timing matters more than you realize. Your blessing is not only about what you receive, it is about when you receive it and how. A door opened at the right moment leads somewhere a door forced at the wrong moment never could. This is the right moment. That is why I am holding your attention so firmly. You have wondered why things took so long. You wondered why certain doors would not move, why answers seemed to stall just when you needed them most. From where you stood, it looked like silence. From where I stand, it was mercy in motion. I was guiding you away from what would have wounded you, and I was finishing what was not yet ready to hold you. Nothing about the length of that road was carelessness. I never move without a reason, and I do not hand you what you are not yet able to carry. Hear this clearly. The season of waiting is closing. The season of receiving has begun to unfold. What was stuck is starting to move. You are entering a stretch of time where things you asked for in secret begin to stand in plain view. I am not speaking of a vague comfort or a distant idea. I'm speaking of a real unfolding, prepared with care, marked with your name, arriving in an order I have already set. You do not need to understand every detail for it to be true. My works do not wait for full explanations. Noah heard before he understood. Abraham walked before he saw where the road led. Understanding often follows obedience, and sight often follows trust. So tonight I am not asking you to figure anything out. I am asking you to remain, to listen, and to let your heart stand open while I speak. Something in you already knows this is true. You have felt it in small moments of clarity that came without explanation, in a sudden peace that arrived while everything around you argued against peace. You could not always name it, but you could not deny it either. Beneath the tiredness, beneath the questions, there is a small, steady knowing that has kept you searching for me through everything. That knowing is not your imagination. It is my spirit bearing witness with yours. It is the reason you did not give up in the years when giving up would have been easier. It is the reason you are here now. So stay present with me through every word that follows. Do not let your mind wander to tomorrow's tasks or yesterday's regrets. What I am about to show you concerns your provision, your peace, the ones you love, and the path opening in front of you. Every part of this message carries something you will need in the days ahead. Receive it slowly. Let it take up room in you. I am not always loud, my precious child. I am steady and I am near. I do not come to you tonight with thunder, but with a voice that knows your name and a promise that has not thinned with time. What I said I would do, I am doing. What I began in you, I will finish. You will not be left half-built, half-healed, or half-answered. That is not how I work, and it is not how I love. Before I show you more, I want your faith to have a voice. Not for my sake, for I know your heart already, but for yours. Faith grows when it is spoken. A door opens wider when you answer it. So answer me now, simply and without fear. If your heart is open to receive what I have prepared, let your amen rise to me now. You might wonder why I chose you for this hour. You have looked at your own life and counted the reasons it could not be you. You know your faults too well. You remember every stumble, every sharp word, every prayer that trailed off into sleep. My child, I do not choose the way people choose. People look at the surface. I look at the heart. And your heart, through everything, kept turning back toward me. Think of David. When I sent Samuel to find a king, the strong son stood tall in the front room while David was out in the fields with the sheep, unseen and unconsidered. His own family did not think to call him in, but I had already marked him. The ones who were overlooked by the household were never overlooked by me. That is how it has been with you. While others measured you by what they could see, I was watching what you carried and how you carried it. You have gone through a great deal, and you still look for me. That is no small thing. Faith that survives disappointment is a different kind of faith. It has roots. It has weight. Anyone can believe on a bright morning when everything works. You believed on the hard nights when nothing did. I saw the times you were passed over and stayed kind anyway. I saw the effort no one thanked you for. I saw you give from a nearly empty hand. None of it escaped me, and none of it will go unanswered. There were seasons when you felt invisible, when your work did not seem to count and your prayers seemed to stop at the ceiling. I want you to hear the truth about those seasons. I was present in every one of them. I was keeping you when you did not know you were being kept. Paul once sailed into a storm so fierce that the sky went dark for days, and every man aboard gave up hope. Yet I was in that storm with a purpose, and not one life was lost. The dark stretch of water you have crossed was the same. It felt like abandonment. It was actually company you could not see. Now something is shifting in you, and you can feel it even tonight. A stillness is settling where the restlessness used to churn. You did not create that stillness, my beloved. I am putting this rest inside you so you will know I am at work. When your heart is quiet, it is far easier to receive what I am giving. So do not rush through this. Do not force understanding. What I am doing does not require your labor. It requires your trust. Speak the words I believe and stand with me in this hour. That small act matters more than you know. When you answer me, you are not performing. You are opening. A field must be open before rain does it any good, and a heart must be open before a promise can land in it. Your answer just now made room. Let me tell you what I see when I look at you, because you have carried the wrong picture of yourself for too long. You think you are barely holding on. I see someone who kept a family's hope alive on scraps. You think your faith is thin. I see faith that walked through fire and came out still speaking to me. You call yourself ordinary. I have never once made an ordinary soul, and I did not begin with you. The change I am working starts deep in the places no one else visits. Before a single circumstance moves, I strengthen the ground it will stand on. That is why these days have felt strange to you, quieter than you expected, as if something were happening just out of sight. Something is. I am steadying your thoughts. I am clearing out old fear the way a farmer clears stones from a field before planting. I am teaching your heart to expect good again, which is harder work than you might think, because your heart learned for years to expect the opposite. Do not think this is small just because it is gentle. My deepest works rarely announce themselves. The seed splits open in the dark soil long before anything green shows above it. The oak that outlives generations spends its first years hidden, sending roots down where no eye admires them. A change that begins this way lasts because it grows from the inside out. What I build slowly, no storm takes quickly. And I am building slowly in you on purpose, because I intend for this to stand. You are also learning to hear me again, and this may be the greatest gift of this hour. Not a voice in the clouds, but a clear knowing that sits firmly in you when you are near me. You have felt it already. A thought that steadies you in a hard moment. A certainty about a decision that confusion had circled for months. That is not chance. That is my voice becoming familiar to you, the way a shepherd's voice becomes familiar to his sheep. From this night on, you will recognize it faster and doubt it less. So stay close, my precious child. Do not measure this hour by how dramatic it feels. Measure it by the peace that is settling in you even now. Peace that has no earthly explanation. You walked in carrying questions. You are already standing differently. That is how you know this is real. I do not merely inform you of things. I change you as I speak, and what I change, I keep. There is more I must show you, and it concerns the release of what you have been carrying and the provision I have set in place. What comes next will ask something of your trust. Remember what you have already declared tonight, and let that declaration hold steady beneath you as we go on together. I have never yet led you anywhere to harm you. I am not beginning tonight. Now I want to speak with you about trust, because trust is the ground everything else will stand on. You have trusted me with your words for years. Tonight I am inviting you to trust me with your weight. There is a difference, and you know it. Words cost little. Weight costs something. Weight is what you feel when you hand over the thing you have been gripping, not knowing how you would manage without it in your hand. You have lived carefully for a long time. You learned to hold tightly because there was never quite enough, and letting go felt like a danger you could not afford. I understand how that habit formed. But hear me, my child. A closed hand cannot receive. It can only keep what it already holds, and what it holds is not enough. That is not the life I am leading you into. I am leading you into open-handed living, where what you release makes room for what I supply. Throughout the generations, my people have marked their trust in me with an act. Abel brought the first of his flock. Abraham built altars at every turning point of his journey. The widow at the temple dropped in 2 small coins, and I declared her offering greater than all the gold of the wealthy, because she gave from her trust and not from her surplus. The act was never about what I needed. I own every hill and every harvest. The act was about what happened in the giver, the moment their trust moved from their lips to their hands. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let your heart settle, because I have more to give you than I have asked of you. That has always been my way. No one has ever placed anything on my altar and walked away poorer in the end. The measure you use is the measure returned to you, pressed down, shaken together, running over. I said that long ago, and I have never once broken it. Feel what is happening in you even now. There is a letting go taking place. I am lifting the load your thoughts have carried for too long. The strain you stopped noticing because it had become part of you. You did not know how heavy it was until it began to move. This is the release I have been preparing. It does not come with noise. It comes the way morning comes, gradually and then unmistakably. The heaviest things you have carried were never assigned to you. Somewhere along the road you picked up burdens I did not hand you. The burden of managing outcomes that belong to me. The burden of being strong for everyone with no place to set your own load down. The burden of old guilt for matters I settled and forgave long ago. Tonight I am taking these back. You may feel strangely light in the coming days, even unsure what to do with the room left behind. Fill it with peace. That space was always meant for peace. Rest will return to you as well, and I mean true rest. Your sleep will begin to change. The hours that once filled with circling thoughts will grow quiet. You will lie down without rehearsing tomorrow's troubles, because you will know the one who holds tomorrow is awake all night anyway. Two of you do not need to keep the watch. Let me keep it. I neither slumber nor sleep, and I watch over you and over the ones you carry in prayer. Now hear my instruction, because it matters. Keep what is forming in your life quiet for a while. Not out of fear, but out of wisdom. New things are delicate. They need trust, not the noise of people who do not understand. When something is still taking shape, speaking of it too early invites doubt and confusion into a place where they have no business. Joseph told his dreams to his brothers before the time was right, and it cost him years. Mary, when the promise was growing in her life, kept these things and pondered them in her heart. Be like Mary in this season. Hold it, ponder it. Let it become strong before you let it become known. This quietness between us is not loneliness, it is closeness. Some things I will do in your life are for the crowd to witness, and in time they will. But some things are for you and me alone, and those are the ones that bind your heart to mine. The friendship of the Lord is for those who fear Him. I am offering you that friendship, not merely my works, but my ways. Not only what my hand does, but what my heart intends. So walk gently through the next days. Watch what begins to loosen. You may hear from someone you had stopped expecting to hear from. A matter that dragged on without answer may suddenly find its answer waiting. A need you had braced yourself to face alone may be met before you even name it aloud. Notice the first small movements in matters that stood frozen for years. When you see them, do not explain them away. Thank me quietly and keep walking. Every small movement is a messenger telling you the larger ones are coming. What I have set in motion tonight cannot be called back, and no hand but mine is steering it. Your part is not to push. Your part is to trust, to rest, and to stay near enough to hear my next instruction when it comes. That is the whole of your assignment, and it is enough. Let me speak now about time, because time is where your faith has been bruised the most. You asked, and the answer did not come when you thought it should. You knocked, and the door stayed shut past every date you had circled in hope. Little by little, a quiet suspicion crept in, one you never said aloud. Maybe I had heard you and simply decided not to answer. My child, that suspicion has robbed you of more peace than any enemy ever did, and tonight I am taking it from you. I move on a calendar you cannot see, and my calendar is not slow. It is exact. Noah built for years under a clear sky with no sign of rain and no shortage of mockers. The rain was never late. It fell on the very day the ark was finished and the family was inside. Moses stood before a sea with an army behind him, and the water did not part a moment before his foot reached the shore. To every watching eye, both men were in trouble. In truth, both men were exactly on schedule. So were you. The years that looked like delay had order in them. Some of what you asked for was not yet ready for you. Some of it you were not yet ready to keep, and I will not hand you a blessing, only to watch it crush you or slip away. And some doors, hear me, I shut myself. I shut them firmly, and I did not always explain. Behind more than one of those doors stood loss you never saw, entanglements that would have stolen years, people who would have drained the life from you. You grieved outside doors that were locked for your protection. One day you will see what was behind them, and you will thank me for every door that would not open. The pause has ended now. What was stuck is moving. And so I give you an instruction that may sound strange while nothing yet looks different. Make your home ready. Prepare as those who expect what they asked for. When I promised rain through my servant Elijah, the word to the people was to dig ditches while the ground was still dry. The digging did not bring the rain, but it declared, before every watching eye, whose word they were standing on. What does this look like for you? It looks like planning as one who expects provision instead of bracing as one who expects lack. It looks like speaking of the days ahead with hope in your mouth instead of dread. It looks like clearing out the habits of scarcity, the constant rehearsing of worst outcomes, the apologizing for hoping. Adjust your understanding, my beloved, for your former measures are too small for what I am bringing. You have been asking me to fill a cup. I am bringing what needs a storehouse. Widen your expectation in every quarter. You expected relief. I intend restoration. You hope to catch up. I intend to set you ahead. You prayed to survive the season. I am making you someone who carries others through their seasons. This is how I answer, not measured to the size of the request, but to the size of my heart toward you. Eye has not seen and ear has not heard all that I have prepared for those who love me. I know what long waiting does to a soul, and I am undoing it gently. You learned to hold hope loosely, so it would not hurt as much when it failed. That reflex will not vanish in a night, and I am patient with it. But practice believing me in small things this week. When a small good arrives, receive it fully instead of bracing for it to be taken back. Each time you do, the old reflex weakens and trust takes another step. Trust is rebuilt the same way it was broken, one experience at a time, and I intend to give you experiences. Watch also for my markers along this stretch of road. I rarely move without leaving signs for the one walking with me. A conversation that answers the exact question you prayed about that morning. A provision arriving the very week of the need. A stranger's word that lands so precisely you feel known. People call these things coincidence. You will know better. They are markers, set out the way lamps are set along a dark path. Each one saying, you are on the road, keep walking. Do not stumble over how ordinary the beginnings may look. Almost everything I do enters the world small. A shepherd boy with a sling. A jar with a little oil left in it. 5 loaves in a boy's basket. A whisper on a mountain after the wind and fire had passed. The size of the seed tells you nothing about the size of the harvest. If the beginnings in your life look modest this month, plant them anyway. Honor them. Small is how my greatest works arrive, so they can grow roots before they draw eyes. And while you wait for the fullness, remember that waiting with me is not empty time. These very days have a sweetness in them that the busy seasons will not have. We are walking closely right now, you and I, speaking often, listening carefully. Many who received their answer quickly never learned my nearness at all. You have. That nearness is going with you into the abundance ahead, and it will keep the abundance from ever becoming your master. The one who learns to be led is safe to be blessed. So lift your eyes tonight. The stretch of road ahead of you is not the road behind you. I have gone ahead and made the crooked places straight. I have moved matters into position while you slept and set right, quietly, things you had no power to reach. What I promised is standing at the entrance of your life, and it did not come this far to turn away. Prepare your house. Prepare your heart. Receive what your hands could never build. Something is changing in the way you see, my child, and I want you to understand it so you do not doubt it. The confusion that hung over your decisions is thinning. Matters that tangled your mind for months are beginning to sort themselves into a simple order. This is not an accident of a better week. I am the one providing this clarity. I am arranging your inner house the way a steward arranges a room. Everything set where it belongs. Everything findable when it is needed. Confusion was never my voice. Where I speak, things become simpler, not more tangled. So as this clearness grows, trust it. You will know which matters deserve your strength and which ones were only noise. You will feel sooner and more surely when something is right for you and when it merely glitters. This discernment is a gift for the road ahead, because the road ahead holds more choices than the road behind, and I am equipping you before I am enlarging you. Fear is losing its grip on you as well. Notice how some things that once tightened your chest have gone quiet. The dread that met you on waking. The knot before difficult conversations. They are not being managed. They are being starved. Because fear feeds on the belief that you face things alone, and that belief is dying in you. When David stood before the giant, every soldier around him measured the enemy's size. David measured mine. The same enemy looked enormous to the army and small to the shepherd, and the difference was not courage. It was where each one fixed his eyes. Your eyes are learning to fix on me, and everything hostile is shrinking accordingly. There will still be moments when old fear returns to test the locks. Expect it, and do not be alarmed by it. A fear that returns is not a sign that nothing has changed. It is a sign that something has, for it would not need to knock if it still lived inside. When it comes, you need no lengthy battle. Simply remember whose you are. Speak my name. Fear recognizes it, and fear does not stay long in a house where I am welcomed. Remember Peter, who stepped out of the boat onto the waves because I called him. He walked, truly walked, until he turned his attention from me to the wind. And when he sank, mark this well, my hand reached him at once, not after a lesson, not after a scolding delay, at once. That is what your moments of sinking will look like in this new season. Not proof that you should never have stepped out, but proof that the hand is always within reach of the walker. Your very sense of who you are is being rebuilt, and this is the deepest work of all. For years you carried a name for yourself stitched together from your hardest moments. Overlooked, barely managing, always the strong one, never the carried one. Tonight I am unstitching that name. You are not what the worst season said about you. You are what I say about you, mine, chosen, kept, called for a purpose that is not expired. When I renamed Abram and Sarai and Jacob and Simon, the new names told them who they were becoming, not who they had been. Hear your new name in your spirit and answer to it, for a soul rises or settles to the level of the name it believes. Joy is returning to you too, and it will surprise you. Not the thin cheerfulness you have performed for others' comfort, but something with depth in it. The kind that was sung in prison at midnight. The kind that does not ask permission from circumstances. It will catch you in ordinary moments, a lightness rising for no visible reason, a warmth while doing some plain task. Do not question it or hunt for its cause. It is your spirit recognizing what is approaching before your mind has been told. Laughter will come easier. Your face will soften in a way others notice before you do. The joy of the Lord is strength, and I am strengthening you by gladness now, because gladness carries further than grit. Out of this inner change, your outer steps will begin to shift on their own. You will speak with more certainty and less apology. You will decide in days what once took months, not from haste, but from quiet knowing. You will stop shrinking to fit rooms that were always too small for what I put in you. None of this will require force. A tree does not strain to stand taller. It simply grows, and its height follows its roots. Your roots are going deep into me, and everything visible will follow them upward. And here is the mercy hidden inside it all. I am changing you before I change everything around you, because blessings landing on an unhealed life have crushed many. I love you too well to decorate a wound. So I am making you whole first, steady first, sure of me first. Then what I add will rest on rock instead of sand. When the house stands through storms in the years ahead, you will understand why I built this way, from the inside outward, from the unseen to the seen. You cannot yet see all of what I see in you. That is all right. I do not ask you to see it. I ask you to trust the one who does. Every builder knows the finished house before the ground is cleared. Every potter sees the vessel while the clay is still shapeless on the wheel. The pressure you have felt in these years was never punishment. It was a maker's hands, patient and deliberate, refusing to abandon the work. I know the finished you, and I am not uncertain, and I have never once stopped building. Others gave up on parts of you. You gave up on parts of yourself. I never did, and I never will. If you trust my hand to finish what it has begun in you, declare your Amen now. Now I must speak of the ones you love, because half the weight you carry was never about yourself. You have prayed for them in the dark more often than you have prayed for your own needs. There are people so woven into your heart that their dangers frighten you more than your own, and you have felt at times that you could not protect them no matter how tightly you tried to hold everything together. Hear me on this, and let it settle deep. While you were watching over them, I was watching over you all. I give you peace about them tonight. The ones you carry in prayer are under my eye. I have spread my covering over your loved ones and made dangers you never saw lose their way before reaching them. There were harms headed toward your household that simply never arrived, and you will not know until the next life how many. Do not let fear for them eat your days. Your prayers for them are not scattering into the air. They are stored before me, and I am answering them in ways and times you cannot yet trace. Keep praying, and hand me the outcomes. I can be trusted with what you love. I loved them first. I am also setting your friendships and companions in order, because the new season needs a different circle than the old one. You have known the ache of pouring into people who valued what you did, but never who you were. You gave understanding and received demands. You showed up and were not shown up for. I saw every one of those uneven exchanges, and I am ending that pattern. It ends not with bitterness, but with rearrangement. Some connections will quietly fade in this season. Let them. Do not chase what is walking away, and do not force what is finished. Not everyone can travel where you are going, and some were only ever meant for a stretch of the road. Release them with kindness and without blame. At the same time, I am preparing new people for you, and I have been preparing them for some time. Companions with whom you will not need to perform or shrink or explain your scars twice. Around them you will feel a strange ease, the ease of being understood without labor. When you meet them, you will recognize my hand in it, because they will arrive too precisely to be chance. The time has come for you not only to pour out, but to be poured into. What was giving without return will become shared strength. There is also a matter of honor I intend to settle. You were misjudged. Words were laid on your name that you did not deserve, and versions of past events were told in ways that were not true. You swallowed the injustice because answering it would have cost more than bearing it. I saw that too, and I have not forgotten. I am a God who sets records right. You will not need to argue your case or raise your voice. When I lift to life, the lifting itself answers every question. Joseph never argued with his brothers about the pit or chased down the lies of his accusers. I simply raised him, and the truth stood up with him. Those who questioned you will watch what I do in your life, and they will draw their own conclusions in silence. Vindication is sweeter from my hand than from yours. Leave it in mind. There is one more release I ask of you, and it is for your own sake. Forgive the ones who wounded you, including those who never admitted the wound and never will. Unforgiveness is a debt you keep collecting on your own account. The record sits open on your table, and you are the one made to read it every day. Close it now. Hand me the account, and let me be the judge of what is owed. This is not pretending the wrong did not matter. It is refusing to carry it another mile. The moment you release them, you will find it was your own hands that came free. As matters begin to move, you will need wisdom about your words. So hear this instruction again with fresh ears. When the first evidences appear, the urge to tell everyone will rise in you. Be slow. Not everyone can celebrate you rightly, and early blessing shared in the wrong room draws envy where you expected joy. Some hearts will rejoice with you. A few will quietly begin to measure and resent. You already sense who is who. Guard your peace and speak of the deepest things sparingly. Let the fruit of your life do the speaking in its own time. What I have built in secret can be seen in public without ever being explained. Know also that your choices in this next stretch carry more weight than before. This is not a reason for fear. It is the mark of a promoted life. When I enlarge a territory, every decision in it matters more, the way a captain's choices matter more than a passenger's. You will make these weightier choices well, because you will not make them alone. Bring them to me while they are still small. In the quiet, I will incline your heart toward the right path, and you will notice that the right doors feel strangely unforced. What is of me will not require you to trample your peace to seize it. That is one of the surest ways you will tell my opportunities from imitations. Mine come with peace in the package, and in your own house expect a softening. Places where tension had become the daily weather will begin to calm. Conversations that always found their way to conflict will find another way. What felt heavy in the walls will lift. I am setting harmony where there was strain, and you will feel the difference before you can explain it. You will become an anchor for others in that house, steady without absorbing every storm as your own. There is a way of caring that does not require drowning, and I am teaching it to you. You may hold a hand without climbing into the flood beside them. I am the rescuer. You were never asked to be. All of this, the protection, the new companions, the vindication, the harmony, flows from one source, and it is not chance. And it is not your careful planning finally paying off. It is not your improved management. It is my presence taking its place at the center of your life. When I am given the center, everything around it finds its orbit. Things stop colliding. You have lived long enough at the center, holding it all by will and worry. Step aside now and watch how much better it holds when the everlasting arms are doing the carrying. Now, my child, we come to the part of this hour that matters most, because a message received and never walked in is a lamp left unlit. Everything I have spoken tonight is meant to be lived. So let me show you how to step into it, plainly and simply, the way a father shows a beloved child the path through a field he has walked 1,000 times. Begin tomorrow with me. Before the demands of the day reach for you, give me the first quiet moments. They do not need to be long or eloquent. Speak to me as you would to the one who knows you best, because I am. In those first moments, I will set the tone your whole day will follow. A day that begins in my presence bends toward peace, no matter what it holds. This one habit will do more for you than 100 resolutions, because it keeps us close. And closeness is where everything you receive tonight stays alive. Then walk at my pace, not the frantic pace the world demands, and not the frozen pace of fear, but the steady rhythm of a soul that knows who leads. When I prompt you to act, act, even if your understanding lags behind your obedience. When I counsel stillness, be still, even if everything in you itches to push. You will feel the difference between the two if you stay near me. My promptings come with a quiet certainty. Pressure and panic are never my messengers. Anything that shouts hurry before it lets you pray did not come from me. Expect confirmations because I will send them. In the coming days, watch for moments that answer this night. A word from an unexpected mouth that repeats what I have told you. Provision meeting a need with timing too perfect to be luck. An old stuck matter shifting on its own. When these arrive, do two things. Thank me at once, for gratitude keeps the channel wide open. And let each one strengthen you for the next step, the way each stone in a stream bears you toward the far bank. I do not confirm to entertain you. I confirm to build you. Be patient with the unfolding. Some of what I have promised will meet you quickly, and some will come in stages, each stage arriving when you are ready to keep it. Do not measure my faithfulness by the first week. A harvest is not judged the morning after planting. If a day comes when nothing seems to move and the old doubts lean close and whisper that this night was only a feeling, return to these words. Stand on them again. Feelings visit and leave. My word, once given, stays and works, and it does not return to me empty. You will also find, perhaps sooner than you think, that you have become an answer to someone else. The comfort you receive tonight is not meant to end with you. Someone near you is walking the same dark stretch you have just come through, certain that no one sees them. You will recognize the look in their eyes because it lived in yours. When that moment comes, do not preach. Simply be kind and speak a little of what you know now to be true. What I poured into you tonight will pour out of you then, and you will discover one of my oldest secrets. The comforted become the comforters, and in giving the comfort away, they keep it. Carry yourself from this night on as one who has heard from me, not proud, for you did nothing to earn this hour, but unafraid, for you did not imagine it either. Let your manner be gentle and your hope be stubborn. When others speak of dread over the days to come, you need not argue. Simply hold your peace like a lamp in a doorway. People will notice that something rests on you that the news of the day cannot shake. Some will ask. Then you may tell them of the one who speaks in the night to ordinary souls who will listen. Hold on to gratitude as your daily bread in this season, not gratitude as a duty, but as a way of seeing. The thankful eye finds my fingerprints everywhere, and the soul that finds me everywhere is never poor. Even before the fullness arrives, thank me in advance, as those who have already seen the harvest standing in the field. Faith speaks that way. It counts what is promised as surely as what is held. Know also that what you are receiving reaches beyond your own days. The faithfulness you have shown and the trust you have renewed tonight plant something that will outlast you. Wells dug by one generation give water to the next. Long after this season is past, those who come behind you will drink from choices you made in the dark, when no one stood by to praise you for them. Live, then, as one who builds further than the eye can see. Nothing placed in my hands is spent only once. And now, receive my blessing, for I do not end this hour without laying my hand upon it. I bless your going out and your coming in from this day forward. I bless the work of your hands, that it may prosper past its natural reach. I bless your table, that it may know plenty, and your door, that it may open to peace and close against harm. I bless your body with strength and your night with rest. I bless the ones you love, near and far, the ones you carry in prayer, and the ones you have entrusted to me through many seasons. I bless the road ahead of you, every mile of it that I have already walked and prepared. What I spoke tonight, I will perform. I am not a man that I should lie, nor a son of man that I should change my mind. Heaven and earth will pass away before one word I have given you falls to the ground. You came to this hour carrying questions. Leave it carrying promises. You came weary. Leave held. The long silence is over, my beloved. The answer is at the door. All that remains is for you to live like one who believes it, one ordinary faithful day at a time with your hand in mine. I am with you always. Not with you until the next hard season. Not with you while the path is clear, but always. When you rise in the morning, I am there before you. When you lie down at night, I keep the watch. When you walk through waters, they will not overwhelm you. And when you walk through fire, it will not consume you. For I have called you by name, and you are mine. Let every fear hear it plainly this night. You belong to me, and I do not lose what is mine, and I do not leave, and I do not fail. Go now into your rest, and let these words keep working while you sleep, for my word labors even when my children cannot. Tomorrow you will rise into the first day of the season we have spoken of, and I will be there to meet you in it, as I have met you here. Seal all you have received tonight with one final amen of faith.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment. Set everything down. Let the noise around you fall quiet, because I have been trying to get your attention, and today you finally slowed down long enough to hear me. This is not an accident. You were not wandering when you arrived here. I drew you to this moment myself, and what I am about to speak over you was prepared long before you knew you would need it. There is a nudge in your spirit. You have felt it for days. A stirring you could not name, a pull you could not explain, a sense that something was about to change. Do not ignore it. That nudge was me. I have been reaching for you in 100 quiet ways. The thought that came out of nowhere and would not leave. The sudden urge to pray when you had almost given up on praying. The restlessness that settled over your ordinary routine, as if your own life were whispering that there is more. None of that was random. All of it was my hand on your shoulder. You have wondered why heaven felt silent. Hear me now. I was never silent. I was speaking in a register your hurry could not receive, so I began to slow you down. I let certain plans stall and certain doors stick, not to frustrate you but to turn your face toward mine. My child, a shepherd does not shout across the field when he wants one particular sheep. He walks toward it. He calls it by name. That is what this moment is. I am not addressing a crowd right now. I am speaking to you, one voice to one heart, because what I have prepared has your name on it, and no one else can claim it. Listen closely, because I want you to understand why the timing matters. There are seasons when heaven moves quietly, and there are seasons when heaven moves suddenly. You are standing at the border between the two. The long, quiet stretch behind you was not emptiness. It was the drawing back of the bow. And an arrow flies farthest when the pull has been longest. You almost did not make it to this moment. I know that. There were nights you thought about laying the whole thing down, the hope, the prayers, the believing. Something in you held on anyway. That something was not stubbornness. It was the thread of my spirit woven into you, and I never let it snap. So before I say anything else, I want to settle one question forever. You matter to me. Not the polished version of you. Not the person you pretend to be when others need you strong. You, as you are today, tired and unsure, and still listening. That is the one I came for. I know the questions you carry. Why has it taken so long? Why do others seem to move ahead while you wait? Why do the same battles keep circling back? I will answer those questions in this hour. But first, you must let go of one lie. The lie that says you were overlooked. You were never overlooked. You were being kept. There is a difference between being forgotten and being hidden. A treasure is not forgotten when it is buried. It is protected. I have kept you out of sight of certain people and certain opportunities because if they had reached you too early, they would have ruined what I was building in you. What felt like rejection was often my shielding. Now the hiding is ending. I am lifting the cover, and I need you awake for it. Because the things I do next will move quickly, and I do not want you to mistake them for coincidence. When the unexpected call comes, that is me. When the stranger speaks the exact words you prayed about in secret, that is me. When the stuck door swings open without your pushing, that is me. Do not let your mind wander now. The enemy would love nothing more than for you to drift away in the middle of this word, to remember some errand, to feel some sudden urge to be anywhere but here. Recognize that pull for what it is. Stay with me. The ones who receive everything I am releasing today are the ones who remain until the final word. I want you to breathe slowly as my voice reaches you. Let your shoulders come down from around your ears. You have been braced for bad news for so long that your body forgot how to receive good news. So receive it now. I am for you. I have always been for you. And the report I carry today is not warning but promise. Some who hear this will think it is too good to be true. My beloved, I understand that caution. Life has taught you to guard your hope the way a burned hand guards itself from fire. But I am not life's disappointments. I am the one who spoke light into darkness. And when I say a thing, the thing itself must bend to obey. So here at the very start, I ask for something simple. Not perfection. Not a spotless record. Just an open heart. The smallest crack in the wall you built. Faith the size of a seed is enough for me to work with. I have moved mountains with less. This day is a marked day. Long from now, you will look back and divide your story into what came before this word and what came after it. I do not say that lightly, and I do not say it to everyone. I say it to you because I see what is already in motion behind the veil, and it is good. Declare your Amen right now if your heart is open to receive what I am about to speak. You said it, or your spirit said it for you, and heaven heard. Now lean in. What I show you next is the part of your story you were never able to see, the part that explains the tears, the delays, and the strange, stubborn hope that would not die. It is time you knew what has really been happening. Let me tell you what I have witnessed, because you have believed for years that your hardest hours went unseen. They did not. I was in the room every single time. I was there when you held yourself together in public and came apart the moment the door closed behind you. I heard the prayers that never made it into words, the ones that were only a long exhale and my name. I watched you get up on mornings when getting up was the bravest thing anyone did in that house. No one applauded. I noticed. I saw the betrayal too. I watched someone you trusted take your kindness and treat it as a thing to be spent. I heard the lies they told about you, and I saw how you bit your tongue instead of fighting back. You wondered if staying silent made you a fool. It did not. It kept your hands clean for what I am about to place in them. I know about the friend who vanished when your season turned hard. I know about the ones who should have shielded you and instead became the very source of the wound. You have replayed those moments 1,000 times, asking what you did to deserve them. Stop asking. The failure was theirs, not yours, and I have not forgotten the account. There were nights you lay awake and asked whether your prayers were reaching anything at all, or just rising into an empty sky. I want to answer that question plainly. Every one of them arrived. Not one was lost in transit. Some are answered already. Some are held for the right hour. And some I answered differently because I could see the whole road, and you could see only the bend. You have also carried the ones you love. You have stood in the gap for people who never knew you were praying for them, lifting their names in the dark while carrying your own weight in silence. That kind of hidden faithfulness has a sound in heaven. It is not a small sound. My precious child, here is what you must understand about the years that hurt. I did not cause every wound you carry. Some came from the cruelty of others, some from a broken world, some from choices whose cost you could not have known. But I wasted none of it. There is a difference. I do not manufacture sorrow, yet I refuse to let sorrow have the final word in the story of anyone who is mine. Think of Joseph in the pit, then in the prison. His brothers meant it for evil. The betrayal was real evil, not disguised blessing. Yet I bent even that evil to serve my purpose until the day the prison door opened, and the pit became a footnote. What others meant to bury you, I have been bending toward your good. The bending is almost complete. You learned things in those hidden years that no easy road could have taught you. You learned how to hear my voice when no other voice was kind. You learned who you are when no one is impressed with you. You learned that you can lose much and still stand. Do not despise that education. Kings have paid fortunes for less wisdom than you carried out of your worst season. And notice this, because it matters, you did not become cruel. Life gave you every excuse to harden, and you stayed soft where it counts. You still give. You still hope for others, even when hoping for yourself feels risky. That softness is not weakness. It is the proof that the enemy failed to make you into his image. I also saw what you did with your doubts. You brought them to me instead of letting them drive you away from me. You argued with me some nights. That is fine. Jacob wrestled until daybreak and left with a limp and a blessing. I would rather have your honest wrestling than your polite distance. Now here's something you have needed for a long time. You are not behind. The clock you measure yourself against was built by people who cannot see what I see. Abraham was old when the promise arrived. David waited years between the anointing and the throne. The timing of a promise belongs to the one who made it, and I have never once been late to my own appointments. Somewhere along the way, you started apologizing for your own existence. You shrink in rooms you were sent to fill. You call your dreams unrealistic and your needs too much. That ends today. I do not make apologetic creations. I made you on purpose, with intention, the way a craftsman makes a tool for a task he already has in mind. Say, I believe, out loud if this word is finding the hidden places of your heart. Good. Let that belief stand up straight inside you, because I am about to show you the other side of your story, the side that was hidden behind the veil. You have only ever seen your life from the ground. For the next few moments, I am going to let you see it from where I sit. From where I sit, the delays were not denials. From where I sit, the closed doors were not insults but detours around ruin you could not detect. From where I sit, the people who walked away created the vacancy that my chosen companions will soon fill. Nothing about your file reads like failure up here. It reads like the record of someone being trusted, slowly and deliberately, with much. And there is one more thing I witnessed that you should know about. Every time you were mistreated and chose not to repay it, every time you blessed someone who could do nothing for you, a record was kept. You thought those moments evaporated. They did not. They accumulated. And a stored-up record of hidden faithfulness always comes to payment in my kingdom, with int. Now I must expose something, because you cannot walk free while you still believe the report of your accuser. There has been a voice speaking against you for years. It sounds like your own thoughts, which is its cleverest trick. It arrives at your weakest hour, quotes your worst memories, and signs your name to its conclusions. Today I am putting that voice on trial. The accuser told you that you are a failure. I say you are a work in progress in the hands of a builder who has never abandoned a project. The accuser whispered that you are forgotten. I say your name is engraved where I cannot look without seeing it. The accuser said you are too damaged to be used. I say the vessels I use most were all mended ones, and the mended places are where my light passes through. The accuser told you that your best years are spent. I tell you the richest harvests come from fields that lay fallow the longest. He said your mistakes disqualified you. I say my mercy wrote the final ruling on your record and the verdict reads redeemed. He said you missed your one chance. I say I am the God of Peter on the beach, restoring in one morning what 3 denials had broken. He told you no one would ever truly choose you. I chose you, and I do not choose carelessly. He said your prayers change nothing. I say kingdoms have quietly turned on the hinge of prayers smaller than yours. He announced that you will end your days unnoticed and unfinished. I decree that what I began in you, I will complete, and the finishing will not be quiet. Whose report will you believe? You cannot carry both. One voice leads to a shrinking life, the other to an open door. Choose the voice that made you. Choose it today and every day after, until choosing it becomes the reflex of your heart. Understand why the accuser worked so hard on you. Liars do not spend years on worthless targets. He studied your calling before you ever sensed it, and everything he threw at you was measured against the size of what you carry. The fiercer the opposition, the greater the treasure it was sent to smother. You were not attacked because you are weak. You were attacked because of what your freedom will cost the darkness. Now I ask something of you, and I ask it as the one who has never taken from you without multiplying it back. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work. as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I'm preparing. Remember the widow at Zarephath, a handful of flour, a little oil, one last cake, and she gave it first to the man of God. The jar did not run dry, the jug did not fail, not because the amount was great, but because the trust was. It has never been about the size of the hand that gives. It is about the direction the heart is facing when it opens. Let me return now to the voice you must silence, because there is one more of its lies to break, and it is the deepest one. The accuser has told you that you are alone in the fight, that everyone who matters eventually leaves, that you must hold everything up yourself, because if you rest, it all collapses. This lie has driven you for years. It is why you cannot sleep some nights and cannot receive help on others. Hear the truth. You were never the only one holding your life together. My hand has been under the whole structure from the beginning. The nights you were sure everything would fall apart, and somehow morning came, and it had not fallen. That was not luck holding the beams. That was me. So I give you permission to put down what was never yours to carry. The outcome, the timing, the opinions of people who judged you without knowing the road you walked. Lay them down the way a laborer lays down a sack at the end of the day. You will feel lighter within the week, and lightness is something you have not felt in a long time. There is a boldness that returns when the accuser is silenced. You will notice it soon. You will speak in rooms where you used to shrink. You will try again in areas where you had quietly given up. This is not a change in personality. It is the sound of your true self, unburied. And when the old voice creeps back, because it will attempt a return, do not argue with it in your own strength. Answer it the way I answered in the wilderness, with what is written. It is written that nothing can separate you from my love. It is written that no weapon formed against you will prosper. It is written that the righteous fall 7 times and rise again. Put the sword in your mouth, and the liar will not stay to hear the end of the verse. You have lived under a false verdict long enough. Consider it overturned this day. The court of heaven does not echo the accusations of your past. It echoes the blood that answered them. Walk out of the cell. The door was unlocked the moment mercy spoke, and mercy has been speaking over you since before you knew to listen. Now let me show you the architecture of your struggle, because your battles have not been scattered and random. They have been concentrated at 3 doors. 3 areas of your life have stood locked while you knocked and pushed and wept on the threshold. Provision, companionship, purpose. I am going to speak to each one, and as I speak, hear the sound of iron giving way. The first locked door is provision. You have worked harder than most and held less than many, and the arithmetic of it has never made sense to you. Money arrived and evaporated. Opportunities ripened and then rotted a day before your hand could reach them. You began to suspect that something was set against you, and in this, you were not imagining things. But hear what that lock could not do. It could not make you dishonest. You were squeezed for years and never once decided that cheating was the answer. It could not make you stingy either. Even in lack, you shared. Do you understand how rare that is? A person who stays generous while empty has passed a test that most who are full will never even sit for. That test is over. I am opening the door of provision, and I will open it in ways you did not engineer, so that you will know the hand behind it was mine. Watch for provision that arrives without your striving. Watch for the debt that shrinks faster than the numbers say it should. Watch for the idea that comes to you in an ordinary hour and turns out to carry your increase inside it. When these things unfold, do not call them luck. Call them by their name: faithfulness. The second locked door is companionship. This lock has been the most painful because it made you conclude that the problem was you. You attracted takers and repelled the steady ones, or so it seemed. You sat in gatherings and felt like a stranger at your own table. You know how to be alone in a crowded room. That is a skill no one should have to learn as well as you learned it. Here is what was true behind the veil. Some of that isolation was protection. There were bonds that looked appealing which would have chained you to smallness, and I kept them from closing around you. And some of the loneliness was seasonal, the emptiness of a field between plantings. The field is not barren, it was resting before the seed. Now I am sending companions suited to who you are becoming, not who you were. They will recognize you quickly. There will be an ease in their presence that you stopped believing was possible. They will speak to the strength in you rather than feeding on it. And when they come, receive them without suspicion. Not everyone carries a hidden knife. The ones I send carry bread. But make room. This is your part at the second door. There are connections in your life that empty you by the hour, voices that leave you smaller after every conversation. I am not asking you to hate anyone. I am asking you to stop watering what I have uprooted. Release what drains you gently and without drama, and the vacancy will fill with what I have prepared. A hand that clutches old stones cannot close around new treasure. The third locked door is purpose, and this is the lock the enemy defended most fiercely. You have felt it your whole life, the sense of being made for something you could not name. It visited you at odd moments, in the middle of ordinary work, a homesickness for a place you have never been. Then it faded, and the fading hurt worse than the longing. You concluded you were foolish to want more. You were not foolish. That longing was the compass needle of your calling, trembling toward its true north. The lock on this door was never able to remove your purpose. It could only delay your entrance. And a delayed entrance, my child, often means a grander room. Moses carried his calling 40 years in a wilderness before the bush burned. The calling did not expire in the desert. It matured there. The man who finally stood before Pharaoh could not have stood there at 20, full of his own strength. What you call your wasted years were the slow forging of a person who can carry weight without being crushed by it. So the third door is opening now, and this is how you will know. Assignments will find you. Needs will rise in front of you that match the exact shape of your gifting, as a lock matches its key. You will do something that feels almost easy, and others will call it remarkable. Pay attention when that happens. Ease plus fruitfulness is one of the surest signs that you are standing inside your design. And do not assume your assignment must look grand to be great. Some callings stand before multitudes. Most stand in doorways, kitchens, workrooms, and quiet conversations at the right hour. A single sentence spoken to the right soul at the right moment can outweigh years of applause. I measure greatness by obedience and by love, not by audience. If I hand you something that looks small, handle it as holy anyway. Small in your eyes has never once meant small in mine. Do not demand the whole blueprint at once. I do not hand out complete maps, because a person with a map stops holding the guide's hand. I will give you the next step, and light enough for it. When you take it, the step after that will appear. This is how the whole road will unfold, one obedience at a time, until you look back astonished at the distance covered. 3 doors, 1 key. The key has never been your effort, your connections, or your flawless record. The key is trust, turned by the hand of the one who owns the house. You have spent years studying the locks. Lift your eyes now to the locksmith. The scraping sound you hear in your spirit today is real. It is the sound of things opening that no man will be able to shut. Hear now what I am releasing, because the opening of doors is only the beginning. A door is an invitation. What passes through it is the inheritance, and I am sending through those open doors 4 things: healing, restoration, favor, and peace. Listen closely to each, because you will want to recognize them when they arrive. First, healing. I am speaking to your body, the faithful servant that has carried you through every one of these years and absorbed the cost of every worry. Stress has taxed it. Grief has taken up residence in its muscles and its sleep. Some of what troubles your flesh began in your sorrows, and as I heal the sorrow, the body will follow. I am also speaking to conditions that have resisted every remedy. I made every fiber of you, and nothing in you is beyond my reach. Strength you assumed was gone for good will begin returning in quiet increments. You will notice one day that you climbed the stairs without the old heaviness, that you slept through the night, that the ache you had accepted as permanent has grown strangely quiet. Receive these as what they are: my hand at work in your frame. And healing is more than the body. There are rooms in your memory you have kept locked because entering them costs too much. I do not heal by erasing. I heal by entering those rooms with you until you can stand in them without bleeding. The day is coming when you will tell of your worst season with steadiness in your voice. Not because it stopped mattering, but because it stopped ruling. Second, restoration. Someone who walked out of your story is going to reach back toward it. An apology you stopped waiting for is being formed in a heart that has finally seen its own fault. When it comes, you will have a choice, and I will help you make it wisely, because restoration is not the same as returning to what harmed you. Understand this clearly. Not every broken bond is meant to be rebuilt. Some endings were my mercy, and reopening them would only reopen wounds. But the bonds I ordained, the ones threaded with purpose, those I will mend, and the mended bond will hold more weight than the original. Trust me to sort the one from the other. I have never confused the two. Third, favor. This one you will notice in the response of the world around you. Places that dismissed you will reconsider. People in authority will look at you twice, and the second look will hold something new. Answers that used to be no will soften into yes, and you will not be able to point to anything you did differently. That is the mark of favor, outcomes that outrun explanations. Favor is not fairness. Fairness gives you what you earned. Favor gives you what I decree. Joseph earned a prison sentence he did not deserve, and favor made him governor in an afternoon. One day of favor can repay years of unfairness, and I specialize in exactly that arithmetic. Do not spend the coming season keeping score against the past. The repayment will not come from the people who owe you. It will come from me, and my rates are generous. Fourth, peace. Not the fragile pause between problems that the world calls peace, but the settled deep that holds even while storms argue overhead. This peace does not wait for circumstances to improve. It moves in first and renovates from within. You will feel it as a strange calm in situations that used to unravel you completely. Others will notice it before you do. They will ask what changed, and you will find you cannot fully explain it. That is how you will know it came from me, because you did not build it. Now, a word about how these 4 gifts travel. They rarely arrive with trumpets. Heaven's deliveries are usually quiet at the door. A conversation that turns unexpectedly warm. A letter with news you did not dare expect. A morning when the dread is simply absent. The proud miss their miracles waiting for spectacle. Be the one who recognizes me in the ordinary envelope. And a word about timing. These releases have already left the storehouse. Some are close, some are routed through events that have not yet happened, and a few are being held back by nothing except the readiness of other people. I'm still moving into position. Do not interpret the interval as refusal. A ship already launched is not a ship denied, even while it is still out of sight of the harbor. While you wait for what is in transit, steward what has landed. Thank me for the first small signs instead of holding your gratitude hostage until the full sum arrives. Gratitude is not merely politeness. It is the acknowledgement that widens the channel. The one who is faithful over little is the one to whom much can be safely sent, and I am watching how you handle the first fruits. There is one more gift folded inside the other 4, and it may be the greatest. As healing, restoration, favor, and peace do their work, you will begin to like the person you are becoming. The self-reproach that hummed beneath your days will fade. You will catch your reflection in a window and not flinch. My beloved, I have waited a long time for you to see what I see. That sight is part of the inheritance too. Declare, I receive it, if you are ready to take hold of what heaven is releasing over your life. Let those words stand as your signature on everything I have just spoken. Heaven treats such declarations seriously, more seriously than you know. The moment you spoke, something was sealed. Now stay with me, because I must prepare you for what comes next, and not all of it will be gentle. Great releases attract great resistance, and I want you armed before it arrives. What I have released you must now walk in, and walking requires instruction. Heaven has done what only heaven can do. There remains a part that belongs to you, and I will not insult you by pretending otherwise. Grace is free, but it is not passive. The sea parted for Israel, yet they still had to march across the floor of it. The first instruction is this: move before you see. Faith that waits for proof is not faith. It is spectating. Abraham packed and left for a land he could not have found on any map of his own making. Peter put his weight on water while the water was still behaving like water. The promise I have spoken over you will meet you in motion. Take the step you have been postponing, the conversation, the beginning, the request, the risk. Small is fine, delayed is not. The second instruction: govern your mouth. Your words are not commentary on your life. They are agents in it. Out of the same mouth can come agreement with my promise or agreement with your fear. And whichever you speak, you strengthen. From this day, let your speech take my side. When lack shouts, answer with provision. When dread mutters, answer with my record, which is long and unbroken. I am not asking you to deny difficulty. I'm asking you to stop prophesying against yourself. The third instruction: guard what you take in. You have a gate, and you are its keeper. Voices of despair will ask to lodge in your thoughts, some from ill-meaning people, some from the general noise of a fearful world. You cannot silence the noise, but you decide what gets a room for the night. Fill your inner house with what is true, noble, and full of hope. A mind fed on fear will starve the strongest faith. A mind fed on truth becomes very hard to defeat. The fourth instruction: keep the conversation open between us, not ceremony, conversation. Speak to me while you work, while you walk, while you wait in the tedious middle of ordinary days. Bring me the small things. Nothing that concerns you is beneath me. Prayer is not a lever you pull to extract outcomes. It is the current that keeps your heart in my presence, and hearts kept in my presence do not easily lose their way. Now I must speak plainly about resistance, because I warn those I love. When a captive is set free, the captor notices. As my releases unfold in your life, opposition will make an appearance. Expect discouragement to arrive wearing familiar faces, some who question your hope, some who mock it, some whose doubt sounds almost reasonable. Expect small crises timed with strange precision, disruptions that seem designed to fall on the eve of your progress. They are designed. That is exactly the point. Do not be alarmed by any of this, and do not read it as evidence that the promise failed. Read it correctly. Thieves do not gather at empty houses. The intensity of the interference is a measure of the value of what you now carry. When the resistance comes, it is not a sign that you took a wrong turn. It is often the surest sign that you took the right one. And remember who stands with you in it. I have set a hedge around you that was not voted on and cannot be lobbied. No weapon formed against you will prosper. Formed, yes. Prosper, no. Schemes will be drafted and will die in the drafting. Words will be spoken against you and will fall to the ground without a harvest. Your part in the battle is smaller than you think. Stand firm, keep your peace, and refuse to hand over your confidence. The rest of the war is mine, and I have never lost. Let me also warn you about a subtler enemy than any attack: the drift back to old patterns. After enough years, even a cage can feel like shelter, and there will be moments when the new territory feels so unfamiliar that the old smallness whispers an invitation home. Do not accept it. Lot's wife looked back at a burning past and became a monument to hesitation. Set your eyes forward. The unfamiliar is not the unsafe. It is simply the shape of a future you have not memorized yet. Practice expectation as a discipline. Rise in the morning with the assumption that I am already at work in the day ahead of you. Expectation is not arrogance. It is the posture of a child who knows the character of the Father. Those who expect nothing sleep through their own answered prayers. Those who watch see. I would have you among the watchers. Practice gratitude the same way, especially on the days when evidence is thin. Thank me in advance the way farmers thank the sky before the rain, because they know the season even when the ground is still dry. Gratitude spoken before the answer is the highest compliment faith can pay. It tells heaven you trust the character of the promiser more than you need the sight of the promise. And practice rest. This one will surprise you, but hear it. Exhaustion is not a badge of faithfulness. I built rest into the rhythm of creation itself, and I did not exempt you from it. Some of what you call anxiety is simply weariness wearing a costume. Sleep without guilt. Be still without earning it. The work that matters most in your life right now is work only I can do, and I do not require your worry as a contribution. One more instruction, and it may be the hardest. Forgive. Not because they deserve it. Some do not. Not because the wound was small. It was not. Forgive, because unforgiveness is a chain with one end around your own wrist, and everything I am leading you toward requires your hands free. You do not have to trust them again. You do not have to explain it to anyone. Just hand me the debt, and let me be the judge I have always been. The moment you release it, you will feel the difference in your steps. These are your orders for the season, and none of them is beyond you. Move before you see. Speak life. Guard the gate. Stay in conversation with me. Stand when resistance comes. Look forward, expect, give thanks, rest, and forgive. Do these, and the releases I have spoken will not merely visit your life. They will settle in it and build. Now lift your head, because I am about to close this word the way a king closes a decree, with a seal and a sending. Everything I have spoken over you in this hour is now in motion. The doors are opening. The releases are in transit. The accuser's verdict is overturned. What remains is for you to cross the threshold, and I will not send you across it empty-handed or alone. In the days just ahead, watch for the first sign. I tell you this so that when it comes, you will not explain it away. It may be modest, a message from an unexpected quarter, a kindness with no visible cause, a provision that arrives sideways through a door you were not watching. The first sign is rarely the largest. It is the handshake before the covenant, my way of saying, you heard correctly. After the first sign, confirmations will begin to gather. Different voices will say the same thing to you without knowing each other. Circumstances will rhyme with what I have spoken here. You will open the scriptures at random and find them oddly specific to your situation. When it happens once, you may call it chance. When it keeps happening, call it what it is. A father making himself unmistakable to a child he is leading somewhere new. Then will come the season of building, and I want you sober about it. New seasons are not endless mornings. There will still be work, still be weather, still be days that feel like the old days. The difference is not that difficulty vanishes. The difference is that difficulty stops being in charge. You will meet obstacles as a person under assignment meets them, as things to be moved through, not verdicts to live under. That shift, quiet as it sounds, changes everything it touches. As you walk, remember that you are becoming an answer to other people's prayers. This is part of the purpose I unlocked. Near you, this very week, is someone standing where you stood, worn thin, wondering if anyone sees, close to setting the whole thing down. You will recognize the look because you wore it. When you do, speak. Tell them the night ends. Tell them what you know now from the inside. Comfort travels with a special authority when it comes from someone who needed it first, and I am entrusting you with that authority. Do not underestimate what your endurance has already preached. People watched you go through what should have leveled you, and they watched you still be standing on the other side. Some of them drew conclusions about me from the way you survived. You were a letter you did not know you were writing. In the season ahead, I will let you read some of the replies, and hear this about the ones you love, the ones you have carried in prayer through all these years. I have not been idly listening to those prayers. I have been working in lives you cannot supervise, softening ground you cannot reach, arranging encounters you could not engineer. Some of the answers will surface in the season ahead, and a few will astonish you. Keep carrying them. No prayer offered in love is ever wasted labor. Let me also settle you about the past one final time. You will be tempted, even in the good days ahead, to grieve the years the locks were on the doors. When that grief comes, bring it to me, but do not let it write the story. I am the God who restores what was eaten and repays what was stolen. And my restorations are not refunds, they are multiplications. The years ahead of you can hold more than the years behind you lost. Believe that, and the past loses its power to tax the future. Now receive my blessing, because I do not end this word with instructions. I end it with benediction. I bless the work of your hands. May it prosper past explanation. I bless your going out and your coming in. May every road rise to meet your assignment. I bless your table. May it never lack bread, and may it always have room for the guest I send. I bless your sleep. May it be deep, and may your waking thoughts reach for me before they reach for worry. I bless your eyes, that they may recognize my hand quickly. I bless your ears, that my voice would stand out from the noise all your days. I bless your heart, the brave, patched, persistent heart that kept beating hope when hope was expensive. It will not be put to shame. And I bless the ones you love. May the goodness that finds you overflow its banks and water every life joined to yours. Carry this hour with you. When the old heaviness attempts a return, come back to what I have said and read it aloud to your own soul, the way David strengthened himself in me when everything at Ziklag was ashes. A word from me doesn't expire between hearings. It will be as alive next month as it is this moment, because I do not speak in fading ink. And remember, above every promise, the promiser. More than the open doors, I give you myself. I am with you when the signs are frequent, and with you in the quiet stretches between them. I am with you in the room where you pray, and in the rooms where you forget to. There is no hour of your future that I have not already entered ahead of you, and no future hour where you will look for me and find me absent. You came to this moment carrying questions, and I have answered the deepest one. You were never forgotten. You were being kept, prepared, and positioned, and the keeping is complete. The season of the locked doors is behind you. The season of the open ones has begun. Walk into it the way loved people walk, unhurried, unafraid, and sure of the arm beside them. Go now with my peace, resting on you like a garment. Go with my favor moving ahead of you into every room. Go with my word alive in your chest, and let it be louder than every voice that ever told you less. I have loved you with an everlasting love, and everlasting means this day and tomorrow, and every step of the long, bright road I have prepared. This is my word over you, and it will not return to me empty. It will accomplish everything I sent it to do in your life. I have spoken, and heaven stands behind every syllable. The rest of your story starts now, and I am in it, from this line to the last. If you believe this word was meant for you, seal it now and declare, "Yes, Lord, I am ready."
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop. Right now, wherever you are, whatever is pressing against your mind, stop. I am not asking you to pause because your situation is ordinary. I am asking you to stop because you are closer to a wrong turn than you realize. This moment reached you for a reason. If you walk past it without truly listening, the days ahead may carry pain you did not have to feel. So stay with me. Give me your full attention, not just the surface of it. I'm not speaking to your convenience right now. I am speaking to the deepest part of you that still knows the sound of my voice. You may feel like today is no different from yesterday. Another heavy morning. Another list of problems sitting on your chest before you have even risen from your bed. But I see what is in front of you, and it is more than you're weighing right now. I see what your eyes cannot reach yet. I see what is forming just ahead, outside your line of sight. And I am choosing to speak now, because silence would not be love. It would be abandonment. And I do not abandon the ones I have made. There is a quiet disturbance in you. You have noticed it. You have tried naming it stress, exhaustion, or simply a dark mood that will pass. But you have not fully admitted what you already sense, that something is not right. There is a tight feeling in your chest that will not leave. A pull towards something you know is not good for you. A door you keep standing near, reaching for the handle, telling yourself this time will be different. I want to speak plainly about that door. I want you to understand why I'm asking you not to open it. I'm not speaking to you from a distance. I've been present in every quiet moment you have spent carrying weight that no one around you fully understood. I've been there in the long nights when your strength ran thin and no one was watching. I have seen the smiles you wore over real pain. I have seen the choices you made when your heart was starving for some kind of comfort. When loneliness became so loud, you would accept almost anything to quiet it down. I do not say this to shame you. I say it because I was there, and I know the full story, not just the parts you show others. Because of what you have survived, a quiet lie has settled into your thinking. The lie says, you are strong enough to go back. You handled it once, so you can handle it again. But endurance is not the same as wisdom. Being able to survive something is not the same as being permitted to keep returning to it. The fact that you made it through does not mean you are meant to go back. Some things were never designed to be revisited. They were designed to be left behind permanently, so that what comes next has room to grow in the space they once occupied. I am not speaking to you with harshness. I am speaking the way a watchman speaks when he sees something approaching that the person inside cannot yet see. Not to frighten, to warn while there is still time to choose a different direction. I am reaching you now, before the cost becomes something you carry for years. This is not a threat. This is mercy arriving ahead of the consequence. You have learned, over a long time, how to push through pain without stopping. You have learned how to fold everything difficult into the back of your chest and keep moving forward, keep smiling, keep functioning. That capacity has served you, but it has also trained you to ignore signals your spirit is sending you, signals that are meant to protect you, not punish you. That unease you feel right now is not a malfunction. It is precision. It is exact. I placed it there, and I am asking you not to silence it again. Declare your Amen, if this word is finding its place in your spirit. So before you take another step in the direction you have been drifting, pause long enough to do this one thing. Be honest with me. Not polished, not composed. Honest. Tell me what is pulling at you. Tell me what you keep picking up and putting back down. Tell me what you have been circling, rationalizing, negotiating with in your own mind. I already know all of it. I am not asking because I need the information. I am asking because something shifts when you stop hiding it, even from yourself. Honesty breaks the hold that secrecy builds. And right now, the thing pulling at you has more power than it deserves, partly because you have not yet fully named it in the light. I have not brought you through everything you have survived just to watch you walk back into what once broke you. You have come further than your current doubts give you credit for. You have healed in places you once thought would stay raw forever. There is real ground under your feet now, solid ground, not the shifting surface you used to stand on. Do not trade it, not for comfort that lasts a few hours, not for relief that arrives with a hidden bill attached to it, not for the familiar weight of something that once felt like connection, but left you more alone than before. Hear me now. The warning itself is proof of the love. I do not warn people I have abandoned. I do not speak ahead of time to those I have given up on. This word reaching you today is evidence that I am still watching, still near, still holding the door to a better direction open for you. Walk through it. Not tomorrow. Now. You are standing right at the place where one small decision echoes forward into months. Choose the right one, and do it with the full weight of what I have just said settling into you. You are living in a season crowded with voices. They come from every direction, and many of them are soft. That is the thing I most need you to understand. Soft does not mean safe. A voice that soothes you is not automatically a voice that serves you. A voice that makes the moment easier to bear is not automatically a voice that leads you toward something good. You have been making the mistake of measuring voices by how they feel as they arrive, rather than by what they leave behind once they have settled in. Think about this honestly. There are voices in your life, people, patterns in your own thinking, things you return to when you are tired, that make you feel instantly better in the moment, but leave you a little less anchored each time you walk away. You feel temporarily relieved. Then later, slower, quieter, you notice your clarity has softened. Your resolve has loosened. You are a little more willing to excuse something you were firm about the week before. That is not coincidence. That is the direction a voice was actually leading you, while you were focused only on how it felt at the beginning. Comfort and truth are not always the same thing. They can travel together, yes, but they often do not. A voice can be warm and still carry something harmful underneath that warmth. A voice can sound like understanding and still be steering you away from real wisdom. A voice can make you feel deeply known, deeply seen, deeply heard, and still be moving you further from what is right. The feeling of being understood is powerful. I know that, especially when you have gone long stretches feeling unseen. But you cannot let that feeling become a reason to stop examining what is actually being offered to you. Declare, I believe, if you are receiving this into your spirit today. Here is what I want you to practice. When a voice reaches you, whether that is a person speaking, something you consume quietly in your private hours, or even a recurring thought that shows up dressed in gentle language, do not simply ask, how does this make me feel right now? Ask instead, what does this produce in me over the next several days? Do I feel clearer or more confused? Do I feel more rooted in truth or more willing to compromise? Things I know matter. Do I feel more courageous in what is right, or do I find myself looking for clever reasons to delay what I already know I need to do? Those questions cut through the surface quickly. They will show you things that tone of voice never reveals, because tone of voice can be manufactured. Anyone can speak softly. Anyone can choose gentle words. But what a voice actually produces, in your spirit over time, that cannot be faked for long. The fruit always tells the real story, eventually. I want you to understand the method that works against your peace. It rarely arrives through obvious aggression. It rarely looks frightening. Instead, it often comes through permission, through words that sound like freedom but are actually the loosening of something important in you, through comfort that validates your pain without ever asking you to grow beyond it, through encouragement that feels good in the moment but leaves you more attached to the very thing you needed to release, through reassurance that quietly lowers the standard you were holding yourself to, until the standard disappears entirely and you barely notice it is gone. The goal of that kind of influence is always the same: to move you forward before wisdom has time to speak, to make compromise feel reasonable, to make the thing you know is wrong feel manageable, to make the door you needed to close feel like it still deserves to be open, and it rarely announces itself as danger. It arrives gently, wrapped in exactly what your tired heart was craving at exactly the moment you were too worn out to examine it carefully. So I am asking you to raise a standard inside yourself, not out of suspicion toward every person around you, but out of a genuine commitment to guard what you have built. There is a real difference between being suspicious of everyone and being wise about what you allow in. Wisdom is not cold. Wisdom is not isolating. Wisdom is simply alert. It knows the difference between warmth that heals and warmth that numbs. It knows the difference between rest and avoidance. It knows when comfort is a gift and when comfort is a substitute for something harder and more necessary. My voice is different. I know you have felt the difference, even if you have not always been able to describe it. When I speak to you, something in your deepest place recognizes it. Not because the words always feel pleasant, but because they carry a quality that other voices do not. They carry weight without crushing you. They carry honesty without leaving you feeling abandoned. They may challenge you directly, but they also give you the grace to face what they ask of you. That is the signature. A word that challenges you and equips you at the same time is a word from me. A voice that flatters you and slowly erodes your inner ground is a voice you need to step back from, regardless of how much you enjoy the way it sounds. Let me into this part of your life, not as one more voice among many, competing for your attention, as the primary voice, the one you bring everything else to, the one you hold other words up against, to see what is true and what is not. Let me become familiar enough to you that imitation cannot fool you. Let me retrain your ears to the point where you know, within a few sentences, whether something is drawing you closer to peace or slowly pulling you away from it. This is not something that happens by accident. It requires you to spend enough quiet time with me that my voice becomes unmistakable. Start now. Start here. Let what I am speaking become the loudest thing in you today. There is something working against you that I need to name directly. Not because I want you to be frightened, but because naming it accurately is the first step toward not being controlled by it. The opposition to your peace does not generally work through obvious attacks. It does not usually announce itself. It works through subtle permission. It works by finding the place where you are most tired, most lonely, or most desperate for relief, and then offering you exactly what you crave at exactly that moment. And the offer always sounds reasonable. That is how you know to be careful. It will dress disobedience in the language of self-care. It will make an old harmful attachment sound like healing because it feels familiar. It will take your real, legitimate pain and use it as a justification for a choice that will produce even more pain later. It will speak the language of freedom while quietly tying you to something that keeps you in place. It will point to your exhaustion as evidence that you deserve relief, and then hand you something that only deepens the exhaustion once the initial comfort fades. I say this not to make you feel hunted. I say it because you are not powerless here. You are not at the mercy of every voice and pull that comes your way. You have been given something stronger than any of this: discernment. And discernment does not work through suspicion. It works through steady attention, through the habit of pausing long enough to ask the right question before you move, through not letting how convincing something sounds be the only reason you agree to it. My child, I'm asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I'm preparing. Here is the practice I want you to carry with you. Whenever a voice reaches you, whenever a pull arises, whenever a familiar pattern begins beckoning you back towards something you have already moved away from, bring that thing honestly to me. not with a prepared argument for why you should be allowed to have it, not already half committed and hoping I will confirm the decision you have already made. Come with an open hand and an honest question. Is this from you? Does this belong in my life right now? What will this produce in me if I accept it? Ask, and then be still enough to actually listen for the answer. Not for a few seconds while your mind is already racing ahead. Actually still. Let the noise of your own wanting settle down. And then notice what rises in that quiet. Notice whether what was calling so loudly a moment ago begins to lose its urgency in the stillness. Notice whether the peace you feel when you are close to me increases or decreases when you hold the thing up to honest examination. These are not small observations. They are data. They are the exact kind of information that protects your future. You have a history of knowing something was wrong before you could explain it. That internal signal is real. I placed it there. The problem is not that you lack the signal. The problem is that you have trained yourself to override it, usually by arguing yourself out of what you already sensed. You tell yourself you are being too cautious. You tell yourself it is not as serious as it feels. You tell yourself the unease is just fear of change, not a genuine warning. And sometimes that is true, but you do not decide which kind it is by silencing it. You decide by bringing it to me. There is something I want you to understand about the way I actually speak. My voice does not require chaos to be heard. I speak in the clarity that exists after the noise has died down. I speak in the steadiness present when you have stepped back from immediate pressure and simply been still with me. If a direction only makes sense when you are spinning, if it only feels right when your emotions are at their most frantic, be careful with it. Truth does not need you destabilized to become convincing. Only pressure needs that. I do not manipulate you. That is an important thing for you to hold on to. Everything I ask of you comes with the grace to do it. Every hard word I speak comes with the strength to carry it. Every door I ask you to close, I provide the resolve to actually shut it and walk away. That is the difference. When something is genuinely from me, you will find, even in the difficulty of it, that you are not left without the resources to follow through. The path may not be easy, but you will not be empty-handed on it. Grow familiar enough with that quality that you can recognize its absence. Because when something that presents itself as divine leading leaves you feeling spiritually hollow, when it asks you to move but leaves you feeling divided and unstable on the inside, when it promises peace but produces inner noise, that is not my hand on your shoulder. That is something else wearing a convincing disguise. Come closer. Not just when you need rescue, not only in the moments when everything has already broken apart. Come closer in the ordinary moments, in the small daily pauses, in the quiet before the day begins pressing down on you. Let me become the voice your spirit is most familiar with, so that everything else gets measured against it automatically. That is how you stay safe in a season full of noise. Not by becoming suspicious of everything, but by becoming so anchored in the real thing that substitutes cannot hold you for long. Now I want to turn this conversation toward the people around you, because some of what is disturbing your peace is not a habit or a situation. It is a person. And this is an area where I have watched you be more patient than wisdom required and more loyal than was healthy. Not because you were wrong to care, but because you were measuring the wrong thing. You have been measuring safety by intention. You have been asking yourself, does this person mean me harm? And because the answer is often no, you have concluded that their presence must be acceptable. But safety is not only about whether someone wishes you well. Safety is also about what their presence actually produces in you over time. A person can have good intentions and still consistently leave you emotionally drained. A person can genuinely care about you in their own way and still keep you anchored to a version of yourself you have already outgrown. Intentions and fruit are two different things. I need you to start measuring the fruit. Ask yourself what happens to your inner world after time with this person. Does your thinking become clearer or cloudier? Does your resolve to do what is right strengthen or soften? Does your prayer life stay open and easy? Or does it feel like something has been placed between you and me? Does your self-respect increase? Or do you find yourself making excuses for your own choices just to keep the peace? These are not small, peripheral questions. They tell you what is actually growing in the soil of that relationship. Some people belong to an earlier chapter of your life. They mattered in that chapter. They may have even been essential to who you were in that season. But a new chapter has begun, and it does not automatically inherit every person from the previous one. This is not judgment on their character. It is simply the nature of growth. When a river changes course, it does not drag all the old terrain with it. It moves into new ground. And not everything from the old path can fit in the new one. I want you to release yourself from the idea that loyalty always means proximity. You can hold someone in genuine regard and still create distance. You can wish someone well from the core of your heart and still limit how much access they have to your daily life. These two things do not cancel each other out. In fact, sometimes the most loving thing you can do, for them and for yourself, is to stop maintaining a closeness that is no longer serving either of you honestly. There are people who keep you emotionally tangled in old patterns, not because they are trying to hold you back, but simply because they have not grown in the same direction you have. They are not villains. They are not your enemies. But they are not suited for where you are going next, and continuing to give them front row access to your thoughts, your private hours, your vulnerable moments, and your decision-making is costing you more than you have been willing to admit. Your emotional energy is not infinite. Your attention is not a resource that automatically replenishes itself. When you pour significant portions of those resources into relationships that leave you more depleted than you were before, you're arriving at what matters most with less than you had. You're arriving at your prayers half empty. You're arriving at important decisions with your thinking clouded by whatever the last conversation stirred up in you. You are arriving at the things I am preparing for you next, without the full inner clarity those things require. I want to be honest with you about what I am doing in your relational world right now. I am making adjustments. Some connections are being loosened. Some voices are moving toward the edges of your life. Some conversations are becoming less frequent and less central. And if you have noticed this and felt guilty, if you have tried to force proximity back into something that was gently fading, I am asking you to stop. Do not chase what I'm moving. There is purpose in the shifting. When I quietly reduce certain connections, it is not because I want you isolated. Isolation is not what I am building. I am building space. Clarity. A different kind of quiet around you. The kind of quiet where you can actually hear yourself think. Where you can actually feel what is true versus what you have been told to feel by whoever is nearest. That kind of space is not emptiness. It is room for something better to arrive. So when a connection naturally cools, let it cool without guilt. When you notice that certain conversations are leaving you scattered rather than settled, stop returning to them as often. When your spirit consistently feels unsettled after time with a particular person, that is not pettiness on your part. That is discernment doing its job. Honor it. You do not need a dramatic event as permission to protect your inner atmosphere. You do not need to wait for a visible betrayal before you are allowed to create distance that your spirit has been requesting for some time already. You can do this without anger. You can do this without a confrontation or an explanation. You can simply begin being less available. Begin investing your limited time and emotional energy into relationships that leave you more anchored, more at peace, more truthful with yourself and with me. Begin gravitating toward the people in your life who make you feel more like the person I am building you into, not less. Guard your inner atmosphere carefully. What you allow to fill the space around your heart shapes your thinking, your decisions, your courage, and your sense of what is possible. Some of the greatest limits on your life right now are not external circumstances. They are the accumulation of voices, conversations, and connections that have been slowly contracting your sense of what you are capable of. Let them go and come into the open. I know what runs through your mind when I ask you to release a relationship. The objections are familiar. You think of the history between you. You think of the moments when that person was genuinely there for you. You think of their struggles, their pain, their own story of difficulty, and your heart softens immediately. You have always been someone who leads with compassion. You feel other people's weight, and it becomes your own, almost instantly. I know this about you. I did not place that capacity in you by accident, but compassion and wisdom must travel together, or compassion becomes a door through which everything enters, including what was never meant to stay. When compassion exists without the wisdom to know where it ends, it becomes something that costs you everything and benefits others in ways that do not always produce good things in their lives either. Endless availability is not the same as genuine love. Refusing ever to create distance is not the same as faithfulness. Sometimes the truest gift you can give someone is the dignity of encountering the real consequences of their choices, rather than always being absorbed into someone else's life, who quietly softens everything for them. So when you feel that pull of compassion rising up as a reason to keep a door open, I am not asking you to silence it. I am asking you to bring wisdom into the room alongside it. Ask yourself honestly, is keeping this door open actually helping this person? Is it helping them grow? Or is it simply removing a discomfort they should probably be sitting with? And equally, is this proximity serving the work I am doing in you? Or is it consistently pulling you sideways from it? State, I trust, if your heart is open to where I am leading you. Those are different questions from the ones your guilt usually asks. Your guilt asks, how can I close this door when they still need me? Wisdom asks, what is truly helpful here? And what am I simply doing to manage my own discomfort about maintaining distance? There is a real difference, and the answer matters. Because sometimes what looks like loyalty is actually avoidance. Sometimes what looks like compassion is actually an unwillingness to face the discomfort of creating necessary space. I want you to become comfortable with a particular kind of hard thing, letting something end without needing it to end badly. You have believed somewhere in your thinking that in order to step back from a person or a connection, something dramatic has to justify it. A betrayal, a clear injury, a visible failure on their part that everyone around you would agree makes your decision reasonable. But that is not true, and waiting for that kind of permission is keeping you attached to things longer than you should be. You are allowed to step back from a connection because it consistently leaves you less than you were before you engaged. You are allowed to reduce contact with someone because their presence reliably clouds your thinking. You're allowed to let a conversation become less frequent because you have noticed that those conversations keep redirecting you toward old ground you have already walked away from. None of that requires an accusation or an explanation. It simply requires honesty with yourself and the willingness to act on what you know. Do this gently. Do it without contempt. Do it without broadcasting your reasoning to everyone around you, but do it. A quiet withdrawal is still a choice you are permitted to make. A gradual reduction in frequency is still a valid response to what your spirit has been consistently telling you. You do not owe every person in your life unlimited access to your time, your thoughts, your emotional labor, and your attention. Those are finite resources, and they belong first to the life I am building in you. Here is something I want to settle in you permanently. The people I am placing in your life next, the ones I am preparing to walk with you into what comes after this season, they are people who will make your spirit feel larger, not smaller. They will make your thinking feel clearer after time with them, not murkier. They will speak honestly to you, even when honesty requires courage on their part. They will not require you to shrink yourself or soften your discernment in order to maintain closeness with them. They will not be threatened by the version of you that is becoming more whole and more settled. But those people cannot arrive in your life at the depth they are meant to if the space they would occupy is still full of connections that are slowly draining it. I am not making room in your life to leave it empty. I am making room so that something better can fully inhabit it. Trust the shifting. Trust that what is fading was not abandoned carelessly. Trust that I am curating, not clearing out. In the meantime, bring the people you are stepping back from into your prayers, not to fix them, not to manage their lives from a distance, but simply to release them to me properly. Let me be the one who tends to what they need. Let me be responsible for what happens in their story. Your stepping back does not mean they are forgotten. It means you are handing them to someone more capable of carrying them than you are. And it means you are finally picking up the version of your own life that has been waiting for you to have both hands free. I also want to speak to the guilt that has followed you whenever you have tried to protect your inner world. You have been told, in ways both spoken and unspoken, that needing space makes you selfish. That belief has been working against you for a long time. Generosity is real, and I value it in you. But it was never meant to mean a complete absence of self-protection. Even a field must lie fallow sometimes in order to yield again. Appropriate limits are not the enemy of love. They are often what keeps love from being entirely spent. Come forward. Not with everything resolved. Not with perfect clarity about every relationship and every person. Just come forward with the willingness to act on what you already know, and trust that I will handle what your stepping back leaves behind. There is one more thing I need to address with you before we move toward the end of what I am saying. It is something that has caused you significant harm in the past, and it is active in your life again right now. It is the feeling of urgency, the sense that something must be decided immediately. The pressure that builds inside you when a person, a situation, or your own mind begins insisting that there is no time to pause, no room to think it through, no space for a careful prayer before the answer is required. I need you to hear this clearly. That kind of urgency almost never comes from me. I move with authority, yes. I call you to action at times. I ask you to trust and step forward into things that are not yet fully clear to you. But I do not use panic as a tool. I do not depend on you being overwhelmed in order to get your cooperation. I do not create situations where the only way to obey me is to bypass your own discernment entirely. That is not my method. What you feel when I am genuinely leading you, even in the most courageous, most uncertain steps, is a deep steadiness beneath the challenge. a kind of settled clarity underneath whatever discomfort the obedience carries. Peace does not mean no difficulty, but it does mean a particular quality of stillness in your spirit that does not disappear the moment you stop running on emotion. What you feel, on the other hand, when pressure is driving you, when something other than my voice is demanding a response, is a quality of racing that does not settle when you try to slow it down. A tightness that grows louder the longer you do not give an answer. A sense that the entire opportunity will dissolve if you take even a few hours to pray and think clearly. That quality of pressure is not a holy nudge. It is a mechanism. It is designed to move you before your reasoning has time to arrive. And if you look back honestly at the decisions in your life that produced the most lasting difficulty, the ones you are still carrying the weight of, many of them were made in exactly that condition. Not from deliberate rebellion, not from choosing darkness with full knowledge, but from hurry. From the moment where the emotional pressure became so intense that agreeing felt like the only way to breathe again. From the split-second choice made when your spirit was too fatigued to hold its ground, and everything inside you simply wanted the pressure to stop. That is not your failure alone. Pressure is a real force, and it works. But now you know how it works, and knowing changes the response you are allowed to give it. The next time you feel that rush rising, that urgent insistence that you must decide now, must respond immediately, must commit before you have had a chance to pray, I want you to do one thing. Stop. Not forever. Not even for long. Simply stop long enough to ask, does this carry peace underneath it? Can this survive my honest prayer? Will this still feel true after I have given my spirit an hour to settle? Because here is what I know with certainty. Anything that is genuinely from me can wait for your prayer. Anything truly meant for you does not evaporate the moment you choose to seek my guidance first. What I have ordained for your life is not so fragile that your pause will destroy it. If something disappears the moment you decide to pray before answering, let it go without grief. What can only survive the absence of your discernment was never something I placed in your path. The voice of pressure says, decide now or lose it. My voice says, bring it to me first, and what is real will still be standing when you return. I want you to train yourself to notice the difference between those two qualities. Not by their volume. Pressure can shout, and I can speak quietly. Not by their tone. Pressure can imitate gentleness, but by what they do when you press pause. Pressure increases when you pause. It escalates. It becomes more insistent. It adds new reasons why waiting is dangerous, why delay will cost you, why the window is already closing. My leading does not do that. It stays consistent. It does not require the destabilization of your peace in order to remain persuasive. This matters practically right now in whatever situation is generating urgency in your life. Whatever is pushing at you in this season, a person demanding an answer, an old door pulling at you, an old pattern reasserting itself with new intensity. Bring it to stillness before you bring it to action. Sit down with it honestly. Name it in prayer. Ask me plainly whether it belongs in your life and whether now is the time. And then be patient enough to wait for clarity before you move. There is also a practical difference worth naming. Holy conviction is consistent. When I am genuinely asking you to do something, the sense of it remains steady whether you pause or press forward. Anxious pressure, by contrast, feeds on attention. The longer you sit with it without acting, the louder it gets. Recognizing that pattern alone can protect you from decisions you would not be able to undo. Say, I receive this if these words are speaking directly to something you are navigating right now. You are allowed to take time. You are allowed to say, "I am not ready to answer this yet." You are allowed to slow down without losing anything that was genuinely meant to stay. The patience you offer to a decision is not weakness. It is the single most protective thing you can do in a moment when pressure is telling you to run. Slow down, come to me, and let truth speak before urgency has a chance to sign your name to something that was never truly yours to carry. I want to close this conversation with the hardest truth I have spoken today, because I think it is the one you most need to sit with. You are standing at a point of decision. You have been here before, and in previous versions of this moment, you made the choice based on which path hurt less in the immediate hour. The path of letting something go felt sharp and immediate and real. The path of holding on felt easier, softer, more survivable. So you chose what hurt less right now, without fully accounting for what that choice was going to cost you over the following months. I want you to understand the difference between those two kinds of pain, not so that you feel guilty about the past, but so that you make a different calculation going forward. The pain that comes from obedience is immediate. You feel it the moment you make the right choice. You feel the ache of a door closing, the weight of an absence, the discomfort of a boundary held, the strange grief of saying no to something your heart still wants. That pain is real. I am not going to tell you it is not. It costs something genuine to choose rightly when everything in you is pulling in another direction. But that pain has a direction. It moves forward. It begins to diminish with time as the right choice takes root and begins producing something in your life. The space that seemed so empty after a right decision begins slowly filling with clarity, with settled thinking, with a deeper kind of peace that does not require constant maintenance or negotiation, with the capacity to hear my voice more cleanly because the interference has been removed. The obedient choice that cost you so much in the moment is the same choice that months from now you will look back on as the one that finally allowed something good to take hold. The pain that comes from continuing to go against what you know, that pain moves differently. It begins quietly. There is relief at first. The pressure of the immediate moment releases. The familiar comfort returns. And for a while, it seems like the right choice was the one that felt easier. But underneath, slowly, in places you do not examine every day, something is accumulating. A dullness that settles over your spirit a little at a time. A growing distance from the clarity you once had. A creeping awareness that the decision you made is now requiring more and more maintenance, more justification, more rationalizing, more effort to keep the unease quiet. And the more you maintain it, the more entangled you become. That is the nature of the wrong path. It does not immediately announce its cost. It spreads the cost out over time in small daily losses until one day you look up and realize you have traveled a great distance from where you were meant to be. And the return journey is longer now than it needed to be. My child, I am telling you this because I want you to choose the clean pain. The sharp, immediate, fully felt pain of the right decision. I want you to choose it not because I enjoy watching you struggle, but because I know exactly what waits on the other side of it. I have seen the whole road. You are standing at the beginning of a stretch that looks difficult, but I have seen where it opens up. I have seen what is waiting for you past the discomfort of this choice. And I am telling you clearly, it is worth it. The price of obedience today is small compared to the cost of another long season of circling the same ground. I do not ask you to pretend the right choice is easy. I do not ask you to manufacture happiness about a decision that genuinely costs you something. I ask only for honesty and the willingness to act on what you know, even when it hurts. especially when it hurts. Because that is where faith actually lives. Not in the moments when following me costs you nothing, but in the moments when it asks you for something real. You've been walking with me long enough to have evidence. Look back at the right choices you made in the past that were painful in the moment. Look at what those choices eventually built. Look at the seasons that followed the hard decisions, the ones where you held the line or let something go or stepped back when every part of you wanted to stay. Look at what grew in the aftermath. That is the testimony. Not of a life without difficulty, but of a life where difficulty was allowed to produce something lasting, rather than simply prolonged. I'm with you in what comes next, not watching from a distance to see whether you get it right. Present, close, walking directly beside you through whatever the next hours and days require. When the discomfort of the right decision rises, I will be there in it with you. When the temptation to reverse the choice and go back to what was easier returns, and it will return, probably more than once, I will be the voice steady enough to hold you if you stay near me. Stay near me. Not just in the crisis moments, in the quiet, ordinary moments too. In the mornings before the day puts its full weight on you. In the pauses between one thing and the next. Let me be the voice you return to consistently, until my company feels more natural than the noise that has been filling the space instead. This is not the end of what I am building in you. It is a turning point in the middle of it. What you choose today does not determine everything, but it matters. It matters more than you have been willing to sit with. So, sit with it now. Let the weight of it land fully, and then choose the right thing, not for how it feels in this hour, but for what it will build in all the hours that follow. I am not finished with your story, not even close, and what comes next is better than what you are holding on to now. Say yes if you are ready to take the next step forward with me today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop whatever you are doing right now. Pause for just one moment. You are brought here for a reason, not by accident, but by divine appointment. My voice is reaching you at this exact moment because I arranged it. I have something to say to you, and I will not let this moment pass without saying it. This message is not for the masses. It is for the chosen ones. The ones who are tired of pretending to be strong when they are breaking inside. The ones who have done everything right and still feel lost. The ones who give and give and give, yet wonder if anyone truly sees them. If that is you, then listen closely. If you have ever felt abandoned, if you have ever questioned whether I remember you, stay with me now. What I'm about to tell you will shift something deep in your soul. Your life, your future, your calling. None of it is on pause. I have never forgotten you. Not for one single second of your existence. While you were lying awake, troubled and anxious, weighed down by thoughts that would not let go, I was near you. While you sat alone in the dark, wondering if anyone cared about your pain, my attention was fixed on you. While you were making mistakes and falling short of your own expectations, I was already preparing your redemption. I was already planning your restoration. Nothing about your story has caught me by surprise. This is the truth that will set you free. Not someday, when you have finally become good enough. Not eventually, after you have fixed everything you think is broken. Right now, in this very moment, I am speaking directly into your situation. Every circumstance you are facing, every relationship you are carrying, every decision that keeps you up at night. I am with you in all of it. I know you have been through more than you tell people. You learned to be strong on the outside while something inside you was quietly coming apart. People you trusted disappointed you in ways that cut deeper than any wound to the body. Plans you made with real hope crumbled in front of you. And the dreams you held closest, the ones you never spoke aloud because they felt too fragile, began to slip through your hands. You have carried burdens that were never meant to be yours alone. No one offered to help, and you did not know how to ask. You kept moving because stopping felt like failure. You kept smiling because you did not want to worry anyone. I saw all of it, and I am telling you now, that season of carrying everything alone is coming to an end. Here is something you may not realize about yourself. You have prayed for others more than you have prayed for yourself. You lifted up the ones you love while your own needs went unspoken. Every one of those prayers is recorded in heaven. Not one was wasted. Not one drifted into silence. Every time you put another person's need ahead of your own pain, I took note of it. Every time you chose to encourage someone when you yourself were discouraged, it mattered. Every time you gave when you were running on empty, heaven marked the moment. You thought no one noticed. I noticed. And I am speaking to you today to tell you plainly, it is now your time. Your time to receive what you have been sowing all these years. Your time to be lifted after carrying so much for others. Your time to step into the fullness of what has been waiting for you. The same faithfulness you showed in secret is about to be answered in the open. Do not measure your future by your past. The past is a record, not a prophecy. What happened before does not get to decide what happens next, because I am the one who decides what happens next. And I have already spoken over your life a word that no failure, no enemy, and no delay can cancel. My child, you are secure in my hands. Nothing that happens to you will surprise me, because I already know the end from the beginning. I hold your entire future with infinite care. I am not careless with what matters to you. I have never lost a single one of my own, and I will not lose you. Not in your darkest hour. Not when you feel furthest from hope. Not when everything around you seems to crumble at once. When circumstances shake you. When the world tells you to be afraid. When your own doubts shout louder than your faith. Remember this moment. Remember these words. Your foundation is unshakable because your foundation is not built on sand. It is not built on circumstances. It is not built on the approval of people who change their minds with the weather. It is built on me. Immovable, eternal, unbreakable. I know the questions you carry. Do you sometimes feel like you are fighting a battle no one else understands? Do you wonder if your prayers are truly heard, or if they simply rise and vanish into an empty sky? Do you question whether your faith is strong enough, whether I really care about the small details of your life? Hear me. All of those questions, all of those doubts, they have an expiration date. They do not get to live in you any longer. They were loud in the waiting, but the waiting is not the whole story, and it never was. Stop carrying the weight of trying to figure everything out by yourself. Stop turning the same worries over and over in your mind as if one more round of thinking will finally solve them. I have already prepared the way. I have opened doors that no one on earth can close, and I have sealed doors that were never meant to be your path. That door that closed in your face, I closed it. That opportunity that fell apart, I allowed it to fall. Not to punish you, but to protect you from something you could not see. One day you will understand how much mercy was hidden inside the very moments that felt like rejection. Declare your amen right now if you have faith that this word is for you. Your pain has not gone unnoticed. I know it feels like you hurt in secret, like your sorrow is hidden from the world, like no one understands what it costs you just to keep going. But nothing about you is hidden from me. When you cried out in the darkness at 3 a.m. when sleep would not come and no one was listening, I heard you. When you felt utterly alone, when you convinced yourself you were too broken to be loved, when you questioned your own worth, I was there. When you could not take another step, when the weight was too heavy and your legs would not move, I was holding you up. You did not collapse, and it was not because you were strong. It was because I would not let you fall. This is not a metaphor. This is not poetic language meant to comfort you for an hour and fade by morning. This is a promise, a covenant. I will never leave you without comfort in your despair. I will never watch you sink without reaching for you. Now I need you to understand something crucial. You have been chosen for a purpose greater than your current circumstances. Your pain is not punishment. Your struggle is not a sign that I am angry with you. Your trials are not proof of your failure. The hard road you have walked did not disqualify you. It taught your hands how to hold what is coming. There is a steadiness in you now that ease could never have built, a depth that only the low places could carve. You did not choose the difficulty, but you will carry its strength for the rest of your life. The enemies that surround you have already been defeated. You do not have to fight them in your own power anymore. Their threats are noise. Their weapons cannot reach what I am protecting. The power that raised Christ from the dead lives inside you, and no scheme formed against you can stand before it. You are more than a conqueror. You are already victorious, even in the places where you cannot yet see it. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. And I am telling you now, your miracle is closer than you think. But let me correct something you have believed for too long. You have thought that my silence meant my absence. You have thought that because the answer had not arrived, it was not coming. Heaven does not move on your schedule, but heaven has never once been idle concerning you. While you counted the days, I was arranging them. Think of a field lying fallow through the winter. To the passing eye, it looks abandoned, useless, forgotten. But beneath the surface, the ground is resting, gathering what it needs for the harvest ahead. Your quiet seasons were not empty. They were full of work you could not see. The seasons themselves are my witnesses. No winter has ever refused to end. No night has ever outlasted the morning assigned to follow it. The turning you have longed for does not depend on your striving. It depends on my faithfulness, and my faithfulness has never once been late. The same order I set into the earth, I have set into your life. Your season is turning now quietly, the way dawn arrives. First at the edges, then everywhere at once. I also want you to stop apologizing for your questions. You have wondered if it was wrong to ask why. It was not wrong. My servants have always asked why. In the pit, in the prison, in the storm. I am not offended by an honest heart. I am far more grieved by a distant one. Bring me your questions, and I will give you something better than explanations. I will give you myself. There are answers you could not carry even if I handed them to you today. But my presence you can carry. My presence will hold you steady in the very places where understanding runs out. You have also feared that you missed your chance, that somewhere back there you took the wrong turn, and the life you were meant to live went on without you. Listen to me carefully. I am not limited by your detours. I write straight lines with crooked paths. Where you see a wrong turn, I see the very road I will use. Nothing you have lived is wasted in my hands. Not the failure, not the delay, not the years you think were thrown away. I do not discard broken material. I build with it. What shamed you will become the very ground you stand on when you tell others what I have done. So lift your head, not because everything is resolved, but because you finally know who holds the resolution. The heaviness you woke up with this morning does not get the final word. I do. And my word over you is good. There is a turning point in every life I lead, a moment when a person stops bracing for the worst and starts expecting my goodness. You are standing at that turning point right now. You can feel it, even if you cannot explain it. Something in you is being set right as you listen. Do not rush past this. Let these words settle into the deep places, the ones you guard, the ones you show no one. That is where I do my best work. That is where healing begins, not at the surface where everyone can see, but at the root, where only I can reach. I am not asking you to feel strong today. I am asking you to trust that I am strong. There is a difference, and the difference will set you free. You were never meant to be the source of your own strength. You were meant to draw from mine day by day, like water from a well that never runs dry. From this day forward, when fear speaks, you will remember what I have spoken. When shame calls your name, you will answer with the name I gave you. Beloved. When the old heaviness tries to return to its old room in your heart, it will find the locks have been changed. Say, I believe out loud if this word is reaching your spirit right now. There are 3 things I am asking of you today, 3 ways to open your heart fully to what I have prepared. Hear them one at a time. Do not hurry. Each one is a door, and I will walk through every door you open to me. First, give me your heart completely. Not just the parts that are convenient, not just the pieces you feel safe showing. Your whole heart, with the wounds, the doubts, the shame, the rooms you keep dark. Bring me the broken pieces you would never show another soul. I already know it all, and I love you still. Not because you are perfect, not because you have it figured out, but because you are mine, my child, my creation, my delight. My purpose has always been to give you life in abundance, joy that cannot be explained, and love that never runs out. Second, choose to trust me even when you cannot see the complete picture. The future looks overwhelming when you try to carry it alone with your limited sight. But when you place it in my hands, when you stop wrestling and surrender, peace begins to settle over your soul like evening quiet after a long storm. Trusting me does not mean everything becomes easy. It means you are never alone inside the difficulty. It means my grace will be enough for every trial you face. It means that even while circumstances shake, you can carry a joy that makes no earthly sense and yet is completely real. Third, do not walk this road in isolation. Do not carry your burdens in silence. Share your story. Speak of your faith. When you encourage someone in their weakness, when you tell others what I have done for you, you are not only lifting them, you are releasing blessing into your own life. The principle is simple, and it is eternal. Give, and it shall be given to you. Pressed down, shaken together, running over. As you pour out your words, your time, your prayers for others, I pour back into you in measures you never anticipated. This is not a bargain. This is the law of my kingdom. This is how my economy has always worked. And now hear me on this, because it belongs to the same law of giving. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me speak to your situation, yours, not anyone else's. I see it in all of its complexity, all of its pressure, all of its uncertainty. I see the worry over provision, the quiet arithmetic you do at night, the anxiety of wondering how you will cover what is coming. I see it, and I have not turned away. I see the fractures in your family, the relationships that have grown cold or sharp, the conversations you replay and the ones you avoid. I see the ache of loving people who do not know how to love you back the same way. I see the health concerns you carry and the fear that rides along with them. I see the exhaustion that has settled deep in your bones from carrying more than one person should carry. I see the loneliness that visits you in quiet moments, when everyone else is busy and you are left alone with your thoughts. I see the disappointment of unfulfilled dreams, the roads not taken, the questions about what might have been. Not one detail of it escapes me. I am not a distant observer studying you from far away. I am closer than your own breathing, and I care about what concerns you more than you can measure with a human heart. The things you have labeled too small to pray about, bring them. Nothing that troubles you is trivial to me. Some of what you carry has been on your shoulders for years. Wounds that never fully closed because you were too afraid to look at them directly. Words spoken over you that cut like a blade and lodged where no one could see. Trust that was betrayed so deeply, you quietly decided never to hand your heart to anyone again. Your mind has replayed those moments 1,000 times, and somewhere along the way you accepted their verdict as the truth about who you are. I'm telling you today, their opinion of you was never the measure of your worth. Their failure to see your value does not mean you lack value. Their inability to love you well does not mean you are unlovable. Your worth was settled by me, and no one on earth holds the authority to unsettle it. You are precious beyond any price that could be named. The ones who overlooked you were looking with broken eyes. I see clearly, and what I see, I treasure. So let me touch the places that still hurt. Let me pour love into the cracks that others left behind. Let me rebuild what was torn down, stone by stone, until what stands is stronger than what stood before. You have managed the pain long enough. Now let me heal it. This is the difference between surviving and being restored. Survival keeps the wound covered. Restoration closes it. I am not offering you a way to cope, my beloved. I am offering you a way to be whole. Now hear what I'm asking you to lay down. Stop dwelling on the mistakes you have made. Stop replaying the conversations where you felt humiliated. Stop measuring your present struggle against your past victories until both of them lose their meaning. That constant looking backward is costing you the road ahead. Instead, remember what I have already done for you. Remember the times when everything looked impossible, and yet a way appeared. Remember the prayers I answered when you had almost stopped expecting an answer. Remember the doors that opened, and the people I placed in your life at exactly the right moment. That was not luck. That was me. Look back over your whole story and find one time, even one, when I finally failed you. You cannot, because it never happened. There were delays you did not understand and answers you did not expect. But abandonment, never. I have never failed you, and I will not begin now. So today I am dealing with what has settled in your heart. The discouragement that moved in and made itself at home, I am removing it. The anxiety that has kept you awake, I am replacing it with peace that passes understanding. The fear that has frozen your steps, I am breaking its grip. The shame that has kept you silent, I am washing it away. Today marks a new beginning. Not because your circumstances changed overnight, but because your sight is changing. You are beginning to see yourself through my eyes. You are beginning to believe that you truly matter. And that shift alone will change everything it touches. The transformation you have been asking for is already underway inside you. You may not see it yet. You may not feel it yet. But the seed is in the ground, and the ground has received it. Old patterns are breaking up like winter soil under the first warm rain. Where there was despair, hope is pushing through. Where there was doubt, faith is taking root. Where there was darkness, light is finding every crack. This is not something I will do for you someday. This is something I am doing now as my voice reaches you. And others will notice. The ones closest to you will see a steadiness rising in you that was not there before. They will sense a peace around you even when everything else is loud. Some will ask you what changed because something about you will refuse to be explained away. When they ask, tell them plainly what I have done. As you live this out, you will become a lamp in dark rooms. Your quiet endurance will preach louder than any sermon. Your courage will hand someone else permission to be brave. The ones you love will drink from the well I am filling in you, and they will not even know at first where the water comes from. Consider how patient I have been with you. When you forgot me in the rush of your days, I remembered you. When you doubted my love, I went on loving you. When your faith thinned to a thread, my faithfulness to you never thinned at all. I have never once questioned whether you were worth my mercy. From the very beginning, I have believed in what I placed inside you. I saw it before anyone else could, and I have guarded it through every season you thought was wasted. It is still there. It is still alive, and its hour is approaching. Do not receive this word and then talk yourself out of it by morning. That has been the pattern, has it not? Hope rises in the evening, and by daylight the old arguments return. Not this time. This time plant your feet on what I have spoken and refuse to be moved. Listen carefully now. The mountain of problems that has blocked your path is about to come down. The opposition that surrounded you is about to scatter. Doors that were bolted are about to swing open. The healing you quietly gave up on is closer than it has ever been. Stay alert. Pay attention. Learn to recognize the signs of my hand moving on your behalf, because they are already appearing at the edges of your life. Some will come quietly, a burden lifting, a provision arriving, a hard heart softening. Do not call these things coincidence. Call them what they are. I will move mountains for you. I will quiet your storms. I will strengthen your spirit when you are weak, and open ways where no way can be seen. I will grant you favor in rooms you have not yet entered, with people you have not yet met. I will restore what was lost, rebuild what was torn down, and renew what has grown dry. This is not a promise about someday. This is a promise taking hold now. Your life is not a series of random events scattered by chance. Your life is a story I am actively writing, and I do not abandon my stories in the middle chapters. The pen has not left the page. Right now, as you listen, let your shoulders come down. Feel the weight you have been carrying begin to lift. Let the tightness in your chest loosen and the racing in your mind grow still. This is my peace. It was always available to you. You do not have to earn it. You only have to receive it. You are not too broken to be loved. You are not too far gone to be reached. You are not too flawed to be used for my purpose, and not too weary to receive my strength. I have already come looking for you. I have already found you. I have already called you mine, and nothing in life or death can pull you out of my hand. Now I must show you what has been standing between you and the fullness I promised. There have been barriers over certain areas of your life, not because I withheld from you, but because there is an order to what I do, and the hour of release had not yet come. Hear me, that hour has now arrived. The first barrier stood over your provision. This is why you worked so hard and never seemed to get ahead. This is why opportunities slipped through your fingers at the last moment. This is why the numbers never quite reached far enough, no matter how carefully you stretched them. But understand what that season truly was. It was never meant to be permanent. Heaven watched to see whether you would keep trusting me when nothing was coming in, whether you would keep an open hand when your hands were nearly empty. And you did. Your faith held when it made no earthly sense, and that has not been forgotten. So I say to you now, the barrier over your provision is breaking. Supply will begin to find you through ways you did not arrange and could not have arranged. An opening you thought was finished will return. A need you carried quietly will be met without you asking. When it happens, do not call it chance. Thank me out loud, for it is my hand. The second barrier stood over your relationships. This is why you have felt so alone. This is why the people around you did not seem to understand you, and why the wrong connections kept finding their way in while the right ones stayed distant. That too is ending. I am bringing new people toward your life, not just any people, but connections appointed by me. People who will recognize your worth without you having to prove it. People who will speak life into you and call out what has been hidden in you. When they arrive, you will know them, because they will carry my peace with them. But hear this clearly. Appointed relationships need room. That means some old ties that have been draining you may need to be loosened. You may need to step back from voices that pull you toward the person you used to be. This is not cruelty. A gardener who never prunes will never see the fruit. Do not cling to what diminishes you out of fear of being alone. You were not made for company that cost you your calling. Trust me enough to release what I am asking you to release, and watch what I place in the empty space. Better is coming, but better needs somewhere to stand. The third barrier stood over your purpose. This is why you have felt stuck, why something always seemed to be missing, why you kept searching for meaning and came home with your hands empty. You were held in a waiting pattern, not abandoned, but held, until the appointed time. And the appointed time is now. I made you for a specific assignment. There is work on this earth with your name on it, work that will not be done the same way by anyone else. The longing you feel for something more is not discontent. It is memory. Your spirit remembering what it was made for. Stepping into it will ask something of you. You cannot carry the old mindset into the new season. You must lay down the fear that has held your feet. You must release the need to see the whole path before you take the first step. I do not hand my children maps. I walk with them one step at a time, and the next step is always lit. Think of a river finding its course. It does not see the ocean from the mountains. It only moves toward the low ground in front of it, and turn by turn, the way opens. Your calling will unfold the same way. Move where I lead today, and tomorrow's bend will reveal itself when you reach it. From this moment, you will begin to see your life with new eyes. Things that confused you will begin to make sense. Doors you walked past 100 times will suddenly stand out. Work that felt small will reveal its weight. You are coming into alignment with what I intended from the start. And when these three barriers fall, provision, relationship, and purpose, something else follows. Favor begins to gather around your life. Not favor you chase, but favor that finds you. What you once had to strive for will begin to come toward you, the way a harvest comes to the one who sowed in tears. Provision will find you from directions you never considered. The right people will cross your path as if by accident, though nothing about it is accidental. Rooms that were closed to you will open, and voices you never expected will speak your name in places you cannot go. This is what it looks like when I go before someone. You will not have to beg anymore. You will not have to force doors or wear yourself out proving your worth to people who were never assigned to see it. What I have appointed for you cannot be taken by another, and what is not appointed for you was never worth your striving. There is a foundation being laid beneath your life right now, in ground no one else can see. Builders do their deepest work below the surface, where there is no applause, and the height of the tower always depends on the depth of what was buried first. So do not despise the unseen days. Every quiet act of trust has been setting stone upon stone. What rises next in your life will stand, because what holds it was laid by my own hand. Only remember where it comes from. When the season of increase arrives, do not let your heart drift into believing your own hands built it. Gratitude keeps the channel open. Pride closes it. Stay low in your heart even as your life rises, and the flow will not stop. Say, I trust you right now if you believe this release belongs to your life today. Now I must teach you how to walk in what has been released, because release is only the beginning. The first lesson concerns your words. Your mouth is not a bystander in your life. It is a builder. Every day your words are laying stones on one side of the scale or the other. You cannot welcome what you constantly speak against. If you keep declaring lack, your heart learns to expect lack. If you keep announcing that you are alone, you will stop seeing the hands reaching toward you. If you keep calling yourself a failure, you will walk past open doors with your head down. From this day forward, let your words agree with what I have spoken over you. Speak provision, even while the need is still visible. Speak healing, even while the ache remains. Speak purpose, even on the days that feel ordinary. This is not pretending. This is faith opening its mouth. My servants have always done this. They praised inside prison walls at midnight, and the foundations shook. They marched around fortified walls, speaking of victory before a single stone had moved. They called on my name in drought and famine and did not soften their expectation to match the sky. Speak like that, and heaven leans toward you. But I must also prepare you, because I am honest with those I love. When release comes, resistance follows. The adversary pays little attention to the sleeping, but he studies the ones who are waking up. What is coming into your life will not go unnoticed in the unseen realm, and there will be pushback. It may come through people. A discouraging word at exactly the wrong moment. Mockery from someone whose opinion still has a key to your heart. Old voices returning with old accusations, just as new hope is taking root. Do not be shaken by any of it. Opposition at the threshold is not a sign you are wrong. It is a sign you are close. It may also come through chaos. Small crises demanding your attention. Sudden problems that seem designed to exhaust you before anything else can. Interruptions that pull at your focus like hands tugging a sleeve. Recognize these for what they are. Smoke, meant to make you lose sight of what I am doing. Keep your eyes on me and the smoke will pass. And do not fear any of it. I have set a hedge around you that cannot be breached. No weapon formed against you will succeed. No scheme devised in darkness will outlast the light I have placed in you. I am your defender, your fortress, your rear guard. The battle that concerns you is one I have already claimed. There is a picture I want to leave with you. A traveler crossing a desert does not judge the journey by the sand in the wind. He keeps his direction, rations his strength, and trusts the one who told him water lies ahead. The wind is loud, but the wind decides nothing. Direction decides everything. Keep your direction. Guard your mind the way a watchman guards a city gate. Not everything that asks to enter should be let in. Do not dwell on words that fill you with dread. Do not sit long with voices that make my promises sound foolish. Do not rehearse conversations with fear as though fear were an advisor. What you take in becomes what you lean on. Take in truth. Guard your peace as well. Peace is not a luxury for calmer seasons. Peace is your footing. When your peace is intact, you see clearly, choose wisely, and stand firmly. This is why the adversary aims at your peace before he aims at anything else. Refuse to hand it over. It was given to you by me, and no circumstance has the authority to collect it. Be patient with yourself as you learn this new way of walking. You will stumble back into old habits some days, an anxious word here, a fearful thought entertained too long there. When that happens, do not spiral into condemnation. Simply return. Correct your words, redirect your mind, and keep moving. I am not grading your perfection. I am growing your direction. And be watchful over the small obediences. It is tempting to wait for a grand assignment while neglecting the task in front of you. But thrones are prepared in secret. The one who is faithful with little is the one I trust with much. The quiet duties you perform when no one applauds are weaving the very rope that will one day draw your harvest in. Do not despise slow growth. An oak does not apologize to the grass for taking its time. What grows quickly is often shallow, and what I am building in you is meant to stand for generations. The ones you love, and the ones they will love after them, will find shelter in what I am establishing through your obedience today. Remember also to rest. You were not designed to run without ceasing. Even the ground must lie still to give again. Rest is not laziness. It is trust in its plainest clothing. The one who cannot stop working does not yet believe that I work while they sleep. Believe it. Lie down in peace and let me keep the night watch. This is how you walk out the release. Words in agreement with my promise, a guarded mind, a defended peace, patience in stumbling, faithfulness in small things, and rest without guilt. None of it is complicated. All of it is powerful. Walk this way, and no resistance the enemy raises will be able to hold back what I have set in motion. You are not walking this road as an experiment. You are walking it as an heir. The strength you need is not ahead of you somewhere. It is with you now, because I am with you now. Every step you take in trust, I match with power you cannot see. There is one more thing I want you to carry into these days. Courage. Not the loud kind that performs for others, but the quiet kind that rises early, keeps its word, and tries again. That courage is already in you. I placed it there myself, and I have watched it survive everything that tried to put it out. Lean on it now. It will not fail you. Now hear my final instruction and hold it close. The days directly ahead of you are set apart. From this moment I am asking you to keep a holy watchfulness over the next 3 days. Not with anxiety, but with expectation. Heaven has moved, and I want you positioned to recognize what heaven has done. Stay in prayer through these days. Not only formal prayer with folded hands, but constant companionship with me. Talk to me as you work. Whisper to me as you walk. Ask me for guidance in the small decisions, and thank me before the answers arrive. Prayer is not a duty I demand. It is the door I keep open. The moment you stop speaking with me is the moment you begin leaning on yourself again, and you were never meant to carry these days alone. Stay in gratitude as well. Do not wait until you can see the change to give thanks for it. Thank me now while the room looks the same and the circumstances have not yet bent. Gratitude before the answer is the purest language of faith. When you thank me for what you cannot yet see, you are telling heaven that my word is evidence enough. That kind of trust moves my heart, and it always has. And stay in expectation. Rise each morning believing that something is different, because something is different. Listen for the unexpected word. Notice the person who crosses your path without explanation. Receive the small kindness that arrives out of season. Expectation is not foolishness. Expectation is the posture of a heart that took me at my word. Within these days, a sign will come. Pay attention, because it may not look the way you imagine. It may be a message from someone you have not heard from in years. It may be a provision arriving from a direction you never considered. It may be a conversation that lands at exactly the right moment, answering a question you never spoke aloud. It may be as quiet as a burden lifting while you pray. When it comes, do not dismiss it as coincidence. Call it what it is, confirmation. Say thank you out loud. Acknowledge that heaven heard you and heaven is responding. What you honor will increase, and what you dismiss will grow silent. Honor the small beginnings, and you will be trusted with the great fulfillments. Guard these days carefully. Do not let bitterness back into your speech or dread back into your thoughts. Do not rehearse your problems to everyone who will listen. Choose your company with wisdom. Sit with those who strengthen your faith and step gently back from those who stir your fear. What surrounds you in these days will either water the seed or trample it. My child, everything has shifted. Can you sense it? The atmosphere around your life is not what it was when you first began listening. Something has been set in motion that cannot be called back. This is your moment. This is your season. You stayed. You opened your heart. You let my word reach the deep places, and heaven has taken account of it. Before I release you, there is one more thing you must carry with you. I am with you every single day. Not near you sometimes, with you always. I am in the morning when you rise and in the silence before you sleep. I am beside you in the crowd and beside you when the room is empty. There is no hour of your life where you walk unaccompanied. You are never alone. You are never forgotten. You are never abandoned. When you pass through the waters, they will not overwhelm you. When you walk through the fire, it will not consume you. I did not promise a road without trouble. I promised myself on every road, and I keep my promises. Walk forward now, and do not look over your shoulder at the life you are leaving. The old season had its purpose, but it is finished, and you do not live there anymore. Every door you approach in my will shall open. Every mountain that stands in your path shall be moved or made a road. Every valley you cross shall lift you toward higher ground. And when the blessing comes, when the provision arrives, when the right people gather, when the purpose unfolds, remember this day. Remember that you heard my voice when nothing had changed yet, and you believed. Tell the ones you love what happened here. Tell them how hope returned. Your story will become a lamp for someone still standing where you stood. Let your life become the proof of what I am like. Be generous the way I have been generous with you. Be patient with the struggling, for you remember struggling. Be gentle with the broken, for you remember breaking. The comfort I have poured into you was never meant to end with you. Pour it forward, and it will never run dry. Do not fear the size of what I am asking. I do not send anyone out in their own strength. The same voice that reached you today goes with you tomorrow. When you stand in front of what looks impossible, stand still and remember. Impossible is where I do my clearest work. It has never once been a barrier to me. It is only a stage. Hold your identity like a lamp in your hand. You are my beloved. You are chosen, not because you earned it, but because I willed it. You are a treasured possession, marked and kept. Wear this truth boldly. Live from it, not toward it. Let it decide how you speak to yourself, how you rise from failure, and how you enter every room. Receive this word now in its fullness. Believe it. Live it. Let it work in you long after my voice fades from this moment, because the word I speak does not return to me empty. It accomplishes what I send it to do. And I have sent this one to you. Go now with my blessing. Go with my protection over your shoulders, and my favor going ahead of you like a herald. The barriers are broken. The way is open. Your season has begun. Walk in power. Walk in peace. Walk in confidence with your head lifted and your heart at rest. The greatest chapter of your life starts right now. I have spoken it, and what I speak, I perform. Amen and amen. Say, yes, I am ready, if you will walk forward with me into everything I have prepared.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My precious child, I want you to hear me. I already know you, not the version of you the world sees, not the one who holds it together, who says the right things, who keeps going even when going feels impossible. I am not here for that version today. I am here for the real one, the one sitting underneath all that effort, the one who is tired in a way that sleep has not been able to fix. The one who has been hoping quietly for so long that hope itself has started to feel heavy. That is who I came for. So stay with me. Do not rush past this moment, because what I am about to say has been a long time coming, and I need you to receive every word of it. Let me ask you something. When was the last time you sat somewhere and felt truly at rest? Not managing the day, not holding something together, not bracing for the next thing that needs your attention. Actually still, actually present, without a weight pressing on the back of your mind. You are having to think about it, are you not? The fact that the memory takes this long to find tells me something important about what your life has felt like. Not for a week, not for a month, for a season that has stretched longer than you wanted to admit to anyone, including me. So hear what I am about to say very carefully. You have been carrying more than you were ever designed to carry alone. I see the shape of what you are holding. I know what it feels like from the inside, because I've been inside it with you, even in the moments you could not feel me there. The tiredness you carry is not weakness. It is what happens when a person pours out constantly and nothing pours back in. You kept showing up for everyone else, and somewhere along the way, you stopped expecting anyone to show up for you. I am showing up for you right now. This moment is me coming to find you where you are, not where you wish you were, not where you think you should be by now. Right here, exactly as you are. You were not drawn to this moment by accident. My voice is reaching you today because today is when you were ready to hear it, and I need you to let that settle before we go any further. There is a fear you carry that you have never said out loud, maybe not even to yourself in clear language, but I know it. It lives at the back of everything, and it rises at 3 in the morning, when the noise of the day stops and the quiet gets too loud. It is the fear that maybe this is just how it is now, that the life you believed was possible for you, the one you prayed for, the one you could feel waiting for you when you were younger and things still felt open, maybe that life is not coming. Maybe you waited too long. Maybe you made too many wrong turns. Maybe while you were busy surviving, everyone else moved into their future and the door closed behind them, and you were still standing on the outside of it. That fear has been asking you questions. Questions about your choices. Questions about your worth. Questions about whether the things you still want are even things you are allowed to want anymore, or whether wanting them makes you foolish or ungrateful for what you already have. I need you to hear what I think about that fear. It is lying to you. Not because your life has been easy. Not because nothing is truly hard. It is lying because it is built on something that is not true about me. That fear assumes my love for you has a time limit. It assumes there is a window for what I can do in your life, and that the window is closing. It assumes my power to move on your behalf expires if you wait too long or fail too many times, or fall further than a certain distance. None of that is how I work. Not one word of it reflects who I am. Listen closely now. There is no age at which I stop building. There is no number of wrong turns that puts you outside my reach. There is no distance you can fall that is further than my arm extends. The door you believe closed behind everyone else was never the door I had for you. Your door does not close, because I am the one holding it open. You have measured your life against the lives around you, and the measuring has made you tired. Stop measuring. I did not write their story for you. I wrote yours, and I am still writing it, and the chapters ahead were never canceled by the chapters behind. I know you have wondered where I was. I know the silence felt like absence. But I do not go silent, and I do not leave. What felt like stillness was me working below the surface, in the places your eyes cannot reach. A builder does not shout while the foundation is being laid. He works low. He works deep. And what he builds there decides everything that stands afterward. That is what I have been doing in you. Depth that only forms under pressure. Endurance that only grows through uncertainty. A kind of compassion that cannot be taught, only grown in someone who suffered and still chose kindness. These things were being built in you through every season you thought was empty. So before we go on, I want something from you. Not effort, not performance, just openness. Let the guard down for the length of this message. Let me speak to the real you, the one I came for. What I have to say next will change how you see everything you have walked through. Declare your amen right now if your heart is open to receive this. You did not lose those years. I know it felt like loss. You are allowed to have felt that. I do not need you to pretend the hard things were comfortable, or to perform a gratitude you do not fully feel yet. I can hold the truth of how difficult it has been. Bring it to me as it actually was. But let me show you what was happening in the middle of it. Something is being formed in your life right now that is going to surprise you when it becomes visible. It will not announce itself loudly. It will arrive the way I usually arrive, quietly, with a rightness to it that your spirit will recognize before your mind can explain it to anyone else. And when it comes, you will look back at this exact moment. You will understand that this was the day the season started to turn, not because you finally did something right, because the appointed time arrived, and I never miss an appointed time. Now I want to talk about the thing you are most tired of explaining. You have a situation, a specific one, something that has gone on long enough that you stopped mentioning it to people because you learned what their faces do when you bring it up again. You know the responses, the carefully worded kindness from someone who has clearly moved on from it in their own mind, even if you have not been able to. The friends who stopped asking because they assumed it must have resolved. The ones who offered advice so wide of the mark that you felt more alone after the conversation than before it. So you learned to carry it quietly, not because it stopped mattering, because talking about it cost you something and gave you very little back. And the loneliness of that particular silence is its own specific pain. It is not the loneliness of being alone. It is the loneliness of being surrounded by people who love you and still being completely unseen in the thing that matters most. It is living a life that looks steady from the outside and feels like barely surviving from the inside. It is performing wellness so consistently that you almost believe the performance yourself, except in the moments when you could not anymore. I need you to hear something about those moments. I was in all of them. Every one you got through. Every one you barely got through. Every one you cannot fully account for, where you look back and honestly wonder where the strength came from. I know where it came from. I was underneath everything. I was holding what you could not hold. I was keeping things from breaking that would have broken without my hand on them. You called it resilience. You called it pushing through. You did not always have a name for it, but I know what it was. It was my grace, given freely because you are mine. And the situation itself, the one you stopped explaining, I have not stopped working on it. Hear that clearly. People moved on from it. I did not. Their attention faded. Mine never wavered. While you were learning to carry it silently, I was arranging things around it that you could not see. You do not need to convince me it matters. You do not need to find fresh words for a prayer you have prayed 100 times. I heard it the first time. I have heard it every time. The repetition never bored me. Each time you brought it back to me, I saw a person who refuses to stop believing, and that refusal moves my heart more than eloquence ever could. I want to tell you what your endurance has been doing. Every day you kept going, something was being established in you. Not just survival, authority. There is a kind of trust that can only be spoken about by someone who has walked through the dark with it. You are becoming someone whose words about me will carry weight, because they were paid for. There are people you have not yet met who will need what you are carrying. They will need someone who understands the long silence, the unanswered question, the year that would not end. When you speak to them, something in them will steady. That is not an accident. That is design. So do not despise the length of the road. The road was doing something. Not everything painful was sent by me. Hear that plainly. I do not deal in cruelty, but nothing that touched you was wasted by me either. I take what was meant to break you and I fold it into your strength. That is one of the things I do best. You have asked me why more than once. Why this situation? Why this long? Why you? I will not pretend the full answer fits into words you can hold right now, but I will give you the part you can hold. You were never being ignored. You were never being punished. And you were never, not for 1 hour of one day, walking that road by yourself. There is a morning coming when this situation will no longer be the first thing your mind reaches for when you wake. That is hard to imagine from where you stand. Imagine it anyway. The weight that has defined this season will not define the next one. I am telling you this ahead of time so that when it happens, you will know it was me. You have kept your grip on hope with tired hands for a long time. I honor that. Now let my grip matter more than yours. You were never the one holding this together. Let that truth take some weight off your shoulders today. It was always me, and I am not letting go. Say, I believe out loud if this word is reaching the deep places of your spirit. Now I want to speak about the guilt you carry alongside everything else. Because it is there, is it not? The particular guilt of someone who believes, but does not always feel their belief. Who knows what they are supposed to feel in a moment of worship and sometimes feels nothing? Who has prayed the same prayer so many times that it started to sound like words spoken into an empty room? You carry a low, quiet shame about the gap between the faith you show the world and the faith you actually feel on the inside. You have wondered if I am disappointed in you. You have watched people who seem to worship with uncomplicated joy and felt something in your chest that was part admiration and part grief. A grief you did not know how to name, because naming it felt like admitting something you were not sure you were allowed to admit. Let me be direct with you about this. I am not disappointed in you. I have never been disappointed in you. What I see when I look at you is not someone failing to perform faith correctly. I see someone walking through something truly difficult, reaching for me with whatever they have available, and coming back even when coming back takes everything. That is not thin faith dressed up as something better. That is some of the realest faith I have ever seen. Real faith is not the kind that only appears when it feels easy. Real faith is the kind that keeps showing up when it costs something, and yours has cost you a great deal. Feelings rise and fall like weather. Faith is not weather. Faith is the ground you stand on while the weather changes. On the days you felt nothing and still turned toward me, your faith was not smaller. It was purer. It was faith with nothing propping it up. Heaven sees those days differently than you do. And because faith is proven by what it is willing to place in my hands, I want to invite you into an act of trust. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me keep speaking to your heart, because there is more I want you to understand about who you are to me. What I am building in you today is not a feeling that fades by tomorrow morning. I am not interested in giving you a brief lift that leaves you needing another one next week. What I am building is structural, a knowing that does not depend on circumstances to stay standing, a foundation that holds even when everything above it is shaking. It begins with the truth about who you are, not the name your failures tried to give you, not the label placed on you by people who were themselves wounded and passed the wound along without knowing it, not the verdict your hardest season tried to hand down on your worth, not the voice that speaks in the worst moments of a bad day and says things about you that you would never say to someone you love. Here is what I say about you. You are wanted, not tolerated, not managed, not kept around because removing you would be complicated. Wanted. I chose you specifically, not because you were the strongest candidate, not because no one else was available. I looked at all of who you are, the broken places and the beautiful places and the places that are somewhere in between. And I said, this one. Through this one, I am building something. Now I want to speak to the pressure you feel around provision. I know the specific texture of it. It is not only about what you have or do not have. It is about what the shortage says. It is the voice underneath the numbers telling you that you should be further along by now, that something must be wrong with you, because the strain keeps returning to this same area of your life, that you have prayed about this too long and maybe I am not moving on it after all. I am moving on it. I am not looking at your situation from a distance, offering you comfortable words about provision in general. I am in the details, the specific ones, the amounts, the dates, the decisions you have been turning over at night. Nothing about your need is too small for my attention or too large for my hand. Something is opening right now that is going to shift what is possible for you. It will not necessarily arrive the way you have pictured it. What I send often surprises people with its shape, but when it comes, you will recognize it. It will carry a timing that could not have been arranged by human hands, and a rightness your spirit will know before your mind can process it. So do not close your hands. Keep them open. Keep your heart expectant. There is a posture of receiving and a posture of bracing, and they cannot be held at the same time. You have been braced for disappointment for so long that it feels like wisdom. It is not wisdom. It is a wound pretending to be wisdom. Let it go. I am bringing something toward you. I need you ready to receive it, not standing guard against the hope of it. The person who expects nothing protects themselves from nothing. They only make sure that when goodness arrives, it finds them looking the other way. Do not be looking the other way. Look up. Watch for me. There is something else I need to say to you, and I need you to listen closely. I have been trying to reach you, not just today, for a long time now. And I want to show you the ways, because once you see them, you will not be able to unsee them. I spoke to you through thoughts that came suddenly and would not leave. Thoughts that asked questions your heart could not ignore. Thoughts that made you pause in the middle of your routine and wonder why you felt unsettled when everything seemed fine on the outside. You reasoned them away. You called them stress, imagination, coincidence. It was me, planting seeds, awakening something, inviting you to look deeper. I spoke to you through doors that closed when you thought they would open. Opportunities you expected that slipped away. Plans you made carefully that did not unfold the way you hoped. You wondered why progress felt slow. You questioned whether I was listening. But I was speaking through those very delays, saying, wait, when you wanted to hear go. Those pauses were not empty. They were full of my protection. Some of the doors that closed in your face were doors I closed with my own hand, because I could see down the corridor behind them, and you could not. One day I will show you what stood on the other side of some of those doors. On that day you will thank me for every one that did not open, and more than once you felt the pull toward me. You sensed me near. You recognized the invitation toward something deeper. And then you stepped back. Not because you did not care, because you were afraid, because you were tired, because you were unsure of what answering might require of you. I understood. I saw your hesitation, and I did not walk away. I stayed close even when you stepped back. But hear me now. The season of stepping back is ending. Not because I am running out of patience. My patience does not run out. It is ending because you are ready now in ways you were not before. Your questions have changed. Your prayers have matured. Your awareness has sharpened. This word could not have come earlier because you would have misheard it. It comes now because you are finally able to receive it fully. Let me describe what the distance has been doing so you can recognize it. You wake restless without knowing why. You lie awake in the smallest hours, wondering why sleep does not restore you anymore. Small things unsettle you more than they used to. A conversation that would not have bothered you before now circles in your mind for hours. Decisions that once came with peace now feel heavy. You second-guess yourself more than before. You ask for opinions on things you used to know instinctively. Your days are full, but your heart feels empty. You are active without feeling aligned, moving without arriving, functioning without flourishing. You smile through the day and then sit in silence when it ends, questioning everything. You show up for others and quietly wonder who shows up for you. You give encouragement you struggle to receive. You point people toward hope you have half stopped expecting for yourself. This is not punishment. I want that to be unmistakably clear. This is not me being cruel or distant. This is what happens when a soul drifts from its anchor. The unease you feel is not a sentence. It is a signal. It is your spirit telling you the truth your schedule has been drowning out. Something in you knows where home is, and it aches when you live too far from it. And the confusion that has felt thicker for you lately, the fog over your decisions, the sense that clarity keeps slipping through your fingers. Hear me. That fog is not who you are. It is not your portion. It is not your inheritance. I am lifting it. Even now, as my voice reaches you, something in your mind is settling that has been unsettled for a long time. Clarity is being restored to you. Not all at once. I rarely work all at once. But the direction you have been missing is returning. The next step is becoming visible. And I will tell you what I tell all my children about next steps. You do not need to see the whole road. You only need to see the next step and take it. I am not asking you to fix everything. I am not asking you to have all the answers. I am asking you to stay, to listen, to open your heart just enough to let me keep speaking. That is all. The rest is my work, and I have never once failed to finish my work. But I will be honest with you about timing, because I love you too much to stay silent. Some things are available now that will not be available in the same way later. Not because I withdraw. I do not withdraw. But seasons change. Circumstances move. People move. There is a rhythm to what I am doing in your life, and this moment is part of that rhythm. Postponing has felt safe to you. It is not safe. It only spreads the cost out so thinly that you do not notice yourself paying it. Every season you spend waiting for easier does not come, and something quietly dims. I am not warning you to frighten you. I am warning you the way a father warns a child near the edge of something. Out of love. Only love. So let today be the day the postponing ends. Not with a dramatic vow, with a small, real turning. A heart that says, I am done keeping you at a distance. That is enough. That is all I have ever needed from you. Give me that opening and watch what I do with it. Now I want to speak to what you carry in your body. A pain that has been present too long. A diagnosis that changed how you see your future. A physical weariness that rest has not been able to touch. Something in your body that has been narrowing the space of what feels possible. I see your body, not just your spirit. I am present in the physical reality of your life, not only the unseen part of it. I form the frame you live in, and I have not forgotten how it works. I am at work in bodies right now doing things that human understanding does not have clean categories for. And some of the people receiving this word today are among those whose bodies will tell a story with my name on it. So I want you to do something simple. Place your hand on the place that carries the most pain. Do it quietly and tell me you trust me with it. That is the entire prayer. I do not need a long and carefully worded request. I need the honest, simple prayer of a person who is hurting and believes I am able. That kind of prayer moves me every single time. Now let me go where fewer voices are willing to go. I want to talk about the relationships that left marks on you. The ones that were supposed to be safe and were not. The person you gave the most vulnerable parts of yourself to, who handled that trust carelessly. The love that was real but broken in ways that wanting could not fix. The friendship that dissolved and left a gap you were not expecting. The family member whose words did something in you that you are still working through years later. You have brought these to me in moments you may not have recognized as prayer. The late-night replays. The conversations you have gone over and over searching for what you should have done differently. The quiet anger you have almost, but not entirely, released. I was in those moments. I heard you, even when you were not sure you were speaking to me. I want to say something specific about the pattern you are afraid of. The one that makes you wonder if certain kinds of hurt will just keep finding you. If there is something in you that draws the wrong things or drives away the right ones. Hear my verdict on that pattern. It is not your identity. It is not a sentence on your future. What was learned can be unlearned, and I have been working in you in this area longer than you know. The version of you who accepted less than you were worth, because some part of you had decided that was all you deserved, is already being replaced. You will see the evidence in what you say yes to, and in what you finally feel settled enough to say no to. The shift is already underway. It simply does not announce itself before it becomes visible. I also need to speak to the unforgiveness, not the hot kind. You moved past the hot kind long ago. I mean the cold kind. The compressed, quiet residue you labeled as finished because you stopped talking about it out loud. The pocket of something that still tightens when a certain name comes up, or a certain memory surfaces, or someone describes a situation that rhymes with yours. You are a little ashamed of still having this. You know what I have asked of you, and you are not sure you have fully done it. I am not coming to you with accusation. I am coming with something more useful. The truth about how forgiveness actually works. Real forgiveness is not something you produce by trying harder. It is not a decision you make once and then feel continuously. It grows in you when you stop trying to carry the offense yourself and bring it honestly to me. When you say, I cannot make myself be done with this. I need you to do something in my heart that I cannot do on my own. That is the prayer that works, not the one where you command yourself into a feeling, the one where you come to me empty-handed and ask for help. Bring me the thing you almost, but not quite, let go of. I will carry the rest of it, and the space it leaves behind will not stay empty. I will fill it with a piece that makes more sense of what happened than the holding on ever could. Understand why this matters so much to me. It is not that I am keeping score of your obedience. It is that unforgiveness is a weight tied to your ankle by someone who is not even walking beside you anymore. They are gone, and you are still carrying the heaviest thing they left behind. I want it off you, not for their sake, for yours. And when it lifts, you will notice things you had stopped noticing. Sleep will come easier. Certain rooms will feel lighter. Certain memories will lose their sting without losing their lessons. Forgiveness does not rewrite the past. It releases the past's grip on your future. That release is part of the restoration I am bringing you. Do not be discouraged if the letting go happens slowly. Some chains fall off in a moment. Others loosen little by little, day by day, prayer by prayer. Both are my work. What matters is the direction, not the speed. Keep bringing it to me, and one day you will reach for the old weight and find it gone. Because that is what this season is, hear the word clearly. Restoration. I am about to restore what you lost. Not always in the original form. Some things return as they were. Others return transformed, larger, in shapes you did not expect. But the substance of what was taken from you, the peace, the confidence, the closeness, the joy, the years that felt swallowed, I restore. It is one of my oldest promises, and I have never broken a promise. Say, I trust you, Lord, if you believe restoration is written over your life. Let me speak now about your desires, the specific ones, the things you want that you stopped saying out loud, because saying them and then not receiving them is a particular kind of grief you would rather not repeat. You still have them, even the ones you tried to talk yourself out of. Even the ones you were told were not realistic, not appropriate, not in line with what your life looks like now. You still want what you want, and some part of you carries a low shame about the wanting itself, as though the right spiritual posture would be to release it all and arrive at a perfect peace about whatever comes. Hear me on this. I placed those desires in you. The longings you carry are not evidence that something is wrong with you. They are evidence of what I have been preparing to bring. The hunger and the fulfillment come from the same source, from me. And I do not place a hunger in someone for something I have no intention of satisfying. I do not work that way. I am not that kind of God. The specific things your heart has held on to are not foolish. They are not too much. They have not been forgotten just because the timing has been different from what you expected. Watch for them to arrive differently than you pictured, because that is almost always how I move. Not through the door you were watching, through the one you stopped checking, but when it opens, your spirit will know. The recognition will come before the explanation. Now let me tell you where you are standing, because you cannot see it from inside your own life. There is a shift already in motion. It is not coming because you finally earned it, or got everything right, or found the correct spiritual formula. It is coming because one season is giving way to another. There is a season of forming and a season of fruit, and they always come in that order with me. A field lies quiet before it feeds anyone. Yours has lain quiet long enough. What is approaching is not simply an improvement in your circumstances, though those are shifting too. What is coming is a different way of being inside your own life. A mind that rests more easily, a heart that is less defended, a spirit with more room in it, because it has released things it was never meant to hold permanently. A joy is coming that does not need everything to be going well in order to exist. It will not be sourced from your circumstances. It will be sourced from knowing who I am, and from the settled certainty that I am with you and nothing can change that. That kind of joy cannot be taken by bad news, because it was never given by good news. You are going to look at yourself in a season not far from now and be surprised. Not mainly by what changed around you, though that will be real. By what changed inside you. By the person you became while you were so focused on surviving that you did not notice you were also growing. The steadiness you carry now, the depth of your presence, the quality of peace in you that people will feel before you explain a word of it. That transformation is the work I am most pleased with. not what I am placing in your hands from the outside, what I have been growing in you from the inside. Anyone can be handed things. Not everyone can carry them. You are being made into someone who can carry what is coming, and that making is nearly complete. Now let me return to the word I spoke over you, restoration. I want you to understand how far it reaches. The confidence that was chipped away, conversation by conversation, year by year. I restore it. The trust that was broken by people who should have guarded it. I rebuild it carefully so that you can love again without flinching. The sense of purpose that quietly leaked out of your days. I return it clearer than it was before. Even the time. I know how you grieve the time. The years you feel were swallowed by the struggle, the seasons you spent just holding on while others seemed to build and flourish. Hear my promise. I am the God who repays the years, not by turning the calendar back, by making the years ahead so fruitful that the arithmetic of your life stops making sense. More will grow in a short season with me than was lost in a long season without, and there is fruit ahead of you that will reach beyond you. The ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer, the ones whose names you bring to me when no one is listening. What I am doing in you is not sealed inside you. Blessing moves through a person like water through a channel. As you are restored, restoration will begin to touch the lives connected to yours. You will see changes you prayed for and stopped expecting. Watch for them. Do not try to calculate how all this will happen. Calculation is not your assignment. Trust is your assignment. The steps between here and there belong to me, and I have already numbered them. Your part is today. Walk with me today, and let me be the one who joins the days together. And walk lightly. You have been walking braced, shoulders tight, waiting for the next blow. That way of walking made sense in the season you came from. It does not fit the season you are entering. The ground ahead of you is not a trap. It is a path, and I laid it myself, and I do not lay paths that lead my children nowhere. You wondered sometimes whether you had disqualified yourself somewhere along the way, whether one of those wrong turns took you off the map of what I could bless. My child, you were never off my map. There is no off my map. Every place you wandered, I had already been. Every detour you regret, I had already measured. And the path from exactly where you stand to exactly what I promised is already built. Now receive what I am speaking over you. These are not wishes. These are declarations from my mouth, and my word does not return to me empty. It accomplishes what I send it to do. So let each one land on you like rain on dry ground. May clarity fill your mind until confusion has no room left to stand. May decisions come to you wrapped in peace instead of anxiety. May direction announce itself so plainly that doubt loses its voice. May you walk in such certainty that hesitation becomes a stranger to you. May wisdom guide you. May discernment guard you. And may the next step always be visible when your foot is ready to take it. May every door that is meant to open swing wide before you finish knocking. May favor walk into rooms ahead of you and prepare them for your arrival. May the right people cross your path at the right moments. May friendships form that strengthen your calling. May isolation break off your life, and may you find yourself surrounded by souls who see you, truly see you, in the places where you have felt unseen for so long. May provision reach you from directions you never thought to watch. May what you owe shrink and what you carry multiply. May lack become a fading memory and generosity become your daily joy. May you have enough to live, enough to give, and enough left over to be astonished. May the resources that reach your hands match the assignment I have placed on your life. May strength return to your body. May energy be restored to you. May pain lose its grip and healing move through you until you feel the difference, and others ask, what changed? May wholeness define you, in your frame, in your mind, in your heart. May rest actually rest you again. May the ones you love walk into answers you have carried in prayer for years. May old patterns that have troubled your family lose their power, and may blessing take their place. May what I am doing in you become an inheritance that outlives you, reaching people you will never meet, in years you will never see. May your obedience today plant orchards for tomorrow. Let all of that settle on you now. Do not argue with it. Do not inspect it for reasons it cannot be true. Receive it the way ground receives rain, without negotiating. And before I finish, there is something I want to tell you that I do not think you have heard enough. I am proud of you. Not of a performance. Not of the version of you that has everything together. I am proud of the actual you, the one who has walked through a hard season and has not stopped walking. The one who finds the way back to me even when finding the way back takes more effort than it should. The one who is still here, still listening, still believing at some level that this voice is real and this conversation matters. That is not a small thing. Do not let anyone tell you it is a small thing, including your own mind on its worst days. You are still here. That is an act of faith. And it is the act of faith I am answering in this moment. I have not moved away from you in the seasons that felt quiet. I was not further from you in the moments you felt most alone. I was exactly this close the entire time, waiting for the moment you would be still enough to feel it. This is that moment. What I want you to carry out of this is not a temporary lift that fades by morning. I want you to carry a settled knowledge. You are loved with a love that does not move. A love that does not have better days and worse days. A love that does not rise with your progress or fall with your failures. A love that was set on you from the beginning and has not wavered once since. Let that love hold you now. You are safe. You are known. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are not too broken for what you have been hoping for. What is coming in your life is better than what the fear has been telling you to expect, and it is closer than you have allowed yourself to believe. The shift is already in motion. The forming season is ending. The fruitful season is beginning, and you are entering it differently than you entered the last one, because something in you has changed, is changing, and will keep changing as you stay close to me. So stay close. That is my final word to you today. Not a task, not a standard to meet, an invitation. Come back to me tomorrow and the day after, in words or in silence, in strength or in weariness. Come as you are, every time. The door between us has no lock on your side to be ashamed of. It stands open. It will always stand open. When the old fear whispers again at 3 a.m, and it may, answer it with what you heard today. Say, I am not forgotten. Say, my door is still open. Say, the one who made me has never once looked away from me. The fear cannot survive in the presence of those words, because those words are true, and it is not. And when the enemy of your soul reminds you of your past, do what my children have always done. Remind him of your future. You are not the person who was left behind. You are the person who was being made ready. There is a difference, and all of heaven knows it, and soon you will know it too. Walk out of this moment lighter than you walked in. Leave here what you have been carrying that was never yours to carry. Take from here what I have spoken, every promise, every declaration, every word of love, and let it work in you quietly through the days ahead. My word is like seed in soil. You will not see it working. And then one morning, you will see nothing but the harvest. I love you, not the cleaned-up version of you. You. As you are, where you are, with everything you carry and everything you hope. That has always been true. It will always be true. Nothing you have done and nothing done to you has ever made it less true. Now go into your day and take me with you, because I am going with you either way. This conversation does not end here. It simply changes form. I am in the morning you wake into. I am in the room where the hard thing waits. I am in the quiet at the end of the day. Listen for me. I will not stop speaking to the heart that wants to hear. Say, "Yes, Lord, I receive it all," if you are ready to walk forward with me.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.